Hello, welcome everyone. Today I've got a guest with me that some of you may be familiar with, Nathan. So everyone be nice. Today I think we're just going to sort of chill out and um, see what we get through. But the basic topic is artificial intelligence, cognition, and philosophy and related areas. So yeah, we'll see what we get to. So Nathan, why don't you tell us a bit about what you've been kind of up to in intellectual space lately since we've last chatted?
Very little is the answer. The most intellectual conversation that I've had was probably yesterday or a couple of days ago, right? And I met up with Peter Boghossian, and he just interviewed a presenter from GB News in London, and so they were drinking together. I went and talked to them, and then I mentioned that I was woke, and they got like really angry and had like this conversation, like where it was kind of like talking to fundamentalist Christians when, like when they kind of can't cope with maybe you being reasonable or having made them laugh before they knew that they had to hate you for identifying a particular way, and then they were trying.
Right.
So that was like very bizarre. That's probably the most I've done in terms of philosophy. Honestly, like I've just been slowly reading a couple of books, but not really engaging with anything like too in depth or anything the past few months because I've just been starting a new job in London and working on that and other things in my life. Um, but yeah, I mean, I've been following some of the kind of hype stuff around AI, and I guess as a software engineer, I'm in a position where I'm exposed to a lot of the tools and things, as they kind of come out and are actually being used in the workplace, maybe more so than people in some other fields are. Um, but that certainly doesn't make me an expert on any of these topics. I've just got some opinions about consciousness and philosophy, and some opinions about like I suppose the business side or funding side of some of these like research programs and things, and how that can influence some of the hype around it. That maybe makes me a little bit more skeptical than some people, or skeptical of the claims of people who are more business minded or politically minded about the capability of some of these things, which, we can talk about some of that stuff.
Yeah, sure. Well, let's jump into that then, because I'm involved in effective altruism. Actually, that's my hoodies there in the yellow. And one of the big things that they're concerned about, or many of the people in this space are concerned about, is the AGI risk and alignment questions and so forth. And a lot of people are getting quite worried about the capabilities of the recent large language models like GPT-4, obviously being the flagship case. And there's a petition out there. I think it's more than a petition now. I think they're organizing protests, I just saw, to prevent the development of any AGI or any LLM rather more capable than GPT-4. So yeah, there's a lot of people who are very concerned about this. And I've been more skeptical about some of those concerns, particularly the more sort of catastrophic risk angle of that.
So do you want, just for people who kind of like aren't familiar with those things, do you want to paint a picture of what's going on in that space? So like effective altruism, I
Yeah.
guess, is a group of people who are concerned with the most effective ways of giving money to charity or of helping people with money, right? So they do a lot of evidence-based stuff around where does money actually go, or how can you spend it to help people, and what's the most effective use of your time. So I think the argument around AI, so usually it's something like, well, maybe the best thing, maybe rather than becoming a doctor or something, right? Maybe what would be more effective is to earn lots and lots of money and give as much of that to to certain charities as you can, and that way you'll be able to help way more people than you would, as a GP or something, seeing patients every week and helping the world that way. So that this is like a TLDR kind of version, right? So then maybe some of the people in that space are looking at AI and going, well, yeah, this is going to have such a big impact on society that actually now this is the thing that the best and brightest should sort of be focusing on, either coming up with ethical guardrails for it or something like that, in order to kind of prevent this doomsday type scenario. Is that sort of like a good overview of what you're seeing in the EA space?
Yes, the movement is very concerned about what's called the alignment problem. And this is the question as to how to ensure that an artificial intelligence, or what's sometimes called an AGI, an artificial general intelligence, how such an agent could be, how we could ensure that it behaves in a way that we sort of want it to, or that at least we have some control over how it behaves. The concern being that we currently don't know how to sort of program an artificial intelligence or a sufficiently complex agent, artificial agent, to kind of do what we want. The classic kind of simple way to illustrate this is the idea of the paperclip maximizer, where you build a machine that to produce paperclips, and that's sort of all you tell it, right? But if it's sufficiently capable, it pursues its goal relentlessly, and then in the end, it sort of deconstructs the earth and uses the raw materials to make more paperclips for itself. Presumably that's not what you wanted it to do, but in a sense, you told it to make more paperclips, right? So it did what you told it, but not what you wanted it to do. And the idea is that obviously that's an overly simplified example, but if you try to specify, well, what do we want an AGI to do? It's rather difficult because human values are very complex and multifaceted and difficult to sort of specify in natural language, let alone in code. So that's one way to think about the alignment problem, is that we want to work out how to align AIs before they become too powerful. There's other concerns as well, but that's a big one for effective altruists. And the most recent developments in AI are focused on large language models like GPT-4 or ChatGPT being sort of predecessors to that I mentioned. And these are not artificial general intelligences, but there is a concern about the next generation or two of these being used to develop sort of models that can behave like agents, that can like act autonomously. At least that's the concern. And then people could use those either for malicious purposes or for profit motivated purposes, or even for altruistic purposes, but then they could behave in ways that are not predicted and potentially get out of control. So that's the broad concern that people in the movement have.
So I don't know where do we want to go from there then? So that's like an overview, I guess, of EA, and then where was it you were going before?
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah. So I was just gonna, I was just sort of positioning myself as being somewhat of a skeptic about at least some of the scenarios that are painted and some of the more extreme concerns. And I've written about that a few times on the EA forum. Maybe I'll put some links to that in the description of this video. But one of the things I wanted to ask is sort of how you think about this, Nathan, and what sort of approach you take towards thinking about intelligence and artificial intelligence and alignment and things like that, because I think that we come to these questions from different perspectives, and I'd be interested to see what you have to say about this.
So honestly, like, it's such a big question, right? And I think that your views on this are probably going to be way more informed by the kind of cutting edge of research in these areas than mine are, to be honest. Though, so I think an initial starting place, right, would be to address maybe some unreflective ways that people might think about some of these things. So I think an initial thing that people sort of do is, and this isn't to sort of like point blame who are doing this, but I think they sort of take our natural language, or what we might call like folk psychology way of thinking about a lot of the ways that human minds work, right? And then kind of uncritically think that there are these sorts of things called ideas and thoughts and ways of thinking and stuff, and do something called like reifying them, which is to say sort of like thinking of them as these particular special sort of things that exist and do something. And then particularly when people aren't familiar with computer science or computers or how any of these things work, just sort of assume that that's what people are building when they say I've built an AI system, right? They're building something that does some of this stuff. And so I think that this is particularly in popular culture, that some people's concerns sort of fall out of almost equivocating on some of these words, right? Like intelligence, for example, or mind or thought, and just then becoming concerned that we're essentially what we're doing is creating thinking things like ourselves, or that we've created some sort of like proto version of that, and we're moving towards it. And this is based off of seeing, like text outputs, or like quite powerful computations that we can perform that seem quite cool, like generating images or whatever. Things that we might have considered special tasks that only humans could do, like producing poetry or art, right? And if a computer's doing that, then there might be a sort of uncritical tendency to think that maybe there's a bit of the soul-y magic or something going on in the computers now. So, and I don't mean that in a denigrating sense. And so I think the worry then is a kind of like inductive sort of worry to think, well, if this has happened in the past few years from Nokia brick phones to this now, what's going to happen in the next 10 years, right? And how is that going to shape and change the economy or how we organize society and stuff like that? So I think that there are a lot of assumptions embedded in that way of thinking. First, like the philosophical ones about like what a thought is, right? What an idea is, the way that human minds work in the first place, that involve that kind of reification of folk psychology. And I'm quite skeptical of a lot of that, right? So that's not to say that there's nothing going on in people. So I think that then, when you say something like that, people think, what? So you just think there's nothing going on in people's minds? You don't believe I'm thinking right now? Well, I know I'm thinking, right? And that's not quite what I mean when I say something like that. The sort of what I'm getting at is that we shouldn't just reify, because we've got a piece of natural language that's a noun or something. We shouldn't think that it just points to some one mental thing, and that we have a clear, a well-defined idea of what that one thing is, right? In the sense that maybe I might use a noun to point to some like object and go, yeah, look, that's there. We shouldn't sort of do that with these mental categories that we have. And instead, so think of pain as an example, right? When children are taught how to use the word pain, there can be these sort of confusing cases. So there might be more clear-cut cases like, oh, I've scraped your knee. Like, what do you say? Well, I'm in pain is like the word for that. But then maybe a kid's being tickled or something. They might ask their parent, well, is this pain? Because I'm laughing at the same time. Like, how do I deal with this case? And it's because there isn't some like one sort of mental phenomena that's being pointed to, but instead the word sort of attaches onto some quite complicated behaviors, contextual details, and all sorts of things. Like we might use the word pain to describe almost like emotional or social harm. We might use it to describe like physical harm that's been done to, like our body or something. And words like this are quite complicated, and it's not that they're just attaching on to some inner mental qualia or something like that, right? And so I've kind of forgot where I was before I went on that tangent about pain. What was I saying, James?
well, the question is how we think about AGI or AI and the associated risks, and part of that relates to, I think, what you've been talking about, which is how we talk about,
yeah. So one end of that is just how do we actually think about minds in the first place, and what it would mean to produce an artificial system that's relevantly similar to like a human mind or something like that, right? And basically what I'm getting at is a lot of people's prima facie assumptions around that are relatively naive and muddled, in my opinion, and inaccurate.
Yeah, well, let's start by talking about that, because this is something I've criticized, and I continue to criticize, which is people anthropomorphizing large language models, and even a lot of experts do this. Sometimes it's just because of laziness, but other times I think it's lack of reflection. So a good example of this is people talking about the fact that, say, ChatGPT produces, some people say it lies or confabulates or less
hallucinates was one you took up
hallucinate.
In your article.
Yeah, that's right. People use the word hallucinate. Another term is simply that it makes things up. Yeah, that's another phrase that's used. It confabulates or hallucinates or makes up information. Now, I've said, in the article you mentioned and elsewhere, that I think that it's inappropriate to use terms from folk psychology in referring to the outputs of large language models, because I don't think large language models have thoughts or intentions of any sort. Now, of course, you can kind of use them as a sort of a shorthand. Like people say things like, I don't know, my door has it in for me today because it like keeps creaking or something, and no one actually thinks that the door has intentions. I think the difference is that people actually do seem to think that large language models have intentions, and so I think that is actually can be damaging. So, if it's a bit of a shorthand or something, that's not so much of an issue. But if it's affecting how people think about it, then I do think it's an issue. I think that large language models are text prediction engines that are very good at predicting the next likely word or series of words in response to a given input. But I don't think that they have anything analogous or anything closely analogous or even like roughly analogous to knowledge or beliefs or intentions. And so I don't think we should use these words like confabulation or hallucination or things like that, because I think that leads to a misunderstanding of what they're actually doing. That relates to some of my research as well, which is like how humans construct complex ideas and how that compares to how these artificial language models do.
I think on that point, I'm always going to agree and disagree, right? On a little bit.
Yeah,
so
sure.
The point I agree on, the point I think we both agree on, is that these like large language models and other various like machine learning or AI systems, right, that they don't have the same I don't know if I even want to say mental states, right, because it's almost misleading, but they don't have like mental states in the same sense that we do. Like the way that they're realized is so dissimilar from the way that we're realized that to say that they have the same sort of inner world, as it were, as we do, or the same experiences, is certainly something that's misleading. Then I think the place where I might disagree, but I'm certainly willing to change my mind, because I mean, this is sort of where you're actively researching, so you probably know a bunch of things I don't, is going to be the sort of idea that what's essential to the human is this kind of like inner representation for a belief or something like that, right? Where a belief as a mental state is something that is kind of like maybe about a state of affairs. Or similarly for like knowledge. So when you're saying a human has a belief or knowledge and a machine doesn't, I'm not exactly certain that a belief or knowledge is about having a particular representation in mind, rather than it being about a sort of like set of conditions for ways that a person would kind of like report certain things if you ask them certain questions. Like if you said, well, do you think 2 + 2 is 4, they'd nod their head or say yes or something, right? And things like that. And so in that sense, I actually think it could be possible to appropriately use words like belief, right, in the case of LLMs. However, but what that wouldn't mean is that the same thing is happening in the LLM as is happening. It's like the same outputs, right? It's the same inputs and outputs, but actually realized in this very different way. And so that you can still say there's a relevant distinction between what an LLM is and like a person, or maybe there are limitations on the way that an LLM can use that word belief, that and we can use it more dynamically or something like that. But maybe a future LLM could do it differently. So yeah, I don't know if you want to, if there's anything in that.
That's interesting. Let's talk about that, because I've heard this idea. I've heard you express this idea a number of times in the last, I don't know, 6 months or so, which is a skepticism toward, I guess, internal mental states, or maybe internal states more generally, but especially mental states. Yeah, and this is something I've not understood the motivation for, so maybe we can dig into that a little bit. So for me, I guess coming from cognitive psychology in particular, but I think cognitive science more generally holds to, or most people would hold to, some kind of a representational view about, say, beliefs or mental states. That there's that, say, a belief is some kind of internal cognitive mental representation of something. We could talk about what it represents precisely, but there's sort of some internal structure that exists in the mind, and then ultimately that's instantiated in the brain, obviously, and that it's on the basis of these mental representations that we make decisions, that we understand language, that we form motivations and intentions and so forth. And I think that this notion of a mental representation is really useful conceptually, because otherwise I think it becomes very difficult to make sense of how we map inputs and outputs. So sensory inputs versus, say, behavioral outputs. There's a very complicated relationship between those, and it seems like there's a lot of processing that needs to happen. There's regularity over time and across circumstances and other factors that kind of relate those to each other. And it seems that memory and other things like learning the meaning of words and so forth. And it seems that in order to kind of account for that, we need to postulate some type of internal mental representations that are learned and that help us to understand language and have a sort of inner dialogue with ourselves or make decisions by integrating different inputs and so forth. So there is certainly dispute about the exact form that those representations take. But it seems a pretty broadly accepted view in cognitive science. And even in philosophy, although there is a lot of focus on externalism about language, which focuses on the relationship between meaning, like word meaning or utterance meaning, and things in the world, there's still usually, at least from what I've been able to ascertain, a recognition that there's some kind of substrate to that. That is, there's something happening in the mind that kind of instantiates those understanding of the meaning of words. It's just that they kind of identify the intentionality conditions as being substantively or largely external, but there's still sort of, at least there's a gesture of some type of internal representation there. But anyway, so I guess what I'm interested in is, what is the scope of your skepticism, or what do you think that we can dispense with, and what the motivation is for that?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So I think what we can dispense with is sort of almost any metaphysically kind of heavy idea of mind as thing, right? So maybe to put it this way, I would be an eliminativist about, like, say, propositions or something like that, right? The idea that there's some kind of entity that minds grasp, and so that entity is something that is shared. There are like shared meanings between different minds, right? Because a proposition is sort of like a state of affairs or something like that. Like, let's take the cat is on the mat as a certain proposition that can be expressed in different languages, is like one thing that philosophers of language will say. But the sort of crux of this theory is that when different persons, regardless of what language they speak or whether they write it or speak it, whatever, come to think the thought, the cat is on the mat, they grasp the same proposition in some sense, right? And there's a kind of shared mental representation of something there. And I think that these views sort of owe an account, right, of what this shared entity, a proposition, is. And so how I would motivate my kind of skepticism here would be, I can think of two main reasons. One of which is, I think that you can drop this entity out of your theory and you still end up with essentially the same causal story of what's going on to get someone to kind of like understand, right? Because all of it's not that you sort of check your question or your conversation against the other person's sort of private mental space or something. Instead, all of the criteria for checking that someone's understood something are public or conditions of use for language. So it's if someone sort of behaves by making a noise or doing a body gesture or something in a way that goes against your kind of socialization into a language, then you're going to start responding maybe with some other things, like explaining further things or trying to appeal to something that might be shared so as they can take it the way you want. And in the case that they understand it, they're going to respond publicly, verifiably in front of you in a way that is going to suggest to you that they sort of like have taken it the way that you want. But what you're never kind of doing in that process is sort of checking against this entity. Like everything that's needed to describe the causal story there sort of takes place publicly accessibly in space and time. And then I know you probably want to come back on that, just to mention the second point, which would be, I have a very hard time sort of like understanding what these entities called propositions could be in a kind of naturalist framework. And then for other reasons, I'm very sort of like committed to naturalism, because my sort of like reflections about philosophy across the board have led me to think that reality is exhausted by spatiotemporal causation.
Yeah. Okay. So that's actually interesting. That's not exactly what I expected you to say, but that's progress, I think. So let's talk a bit about propositions. This is going to be a chapter in my book, actually, although I haven't been reading up on that recently. But when you talk about propositions, do you have in mind some kind of abstract object? So are propositions non-causal entities of some sort?
Well, it depends on the theory, right? So yeah, like
well,
broadly, yeah. So broadly, yes, right, is going to be my answer. Though I do understand that they could be viewed as sort of causal, maybe on some views. Though usually they seem to me to be like a kind of like non-natural mental object. So either a view is going to be almost like relativistic in the sense that there are kind of thoughts, and you just kind of get lucky if people's thoughts align, or there's going to be some kind of mind-independent entity that minds can grasp, and then there is a shared kind of meaning. Right?
Well, yeah, that's how I think. That's how I've understood it to be used. It's propositions are some kind of mind-independent abstract object which do not enter into causal relations, but explain what different thoughts in different people say have in common, and what different sentences in different languages, the meaning that they express in common. And
it's very important here that they're sort of about states of affairs somehow, right? So that. Yeah. And this again, I find very mysterious. Like, I just genuinely don't understand what it means for, like this entity to be like about things in the world, but not be the things in the world themselves. So that's another kind of sticky.
Well, intentionality is a big area. Maybe I don't know if we'll get into that later. Yeah. So grounding of intentionality in naturalistic terms is one of the big areas in philosophy of mind at the moment, and it's something I've been reading quite a bit about. So many people would think you need something like propositions as part of that story. Propositions are also typically said to be the bearers of truth and falsity as well. So propositions are the things that are true and false. So the thing is that I agree with you that I reject propositions thus characterized. So as a nominalist, I reject any abstract object. And if we think of propositions as some kind of mind-independent, non-causal entity, then I don't think that there are such things, because they're mysterious, and I don't think that we need to postulate them. So there's a particular theory of propositions, which I want to read more about, by Scott Soames, called type theory of propositions. And he takes proposition, because I think that there is a useful language around propositions. The concepts are useful, but we have to sort of understand what they refer to. So I think we can preserve much of that discourse, but we don't have to reify them as abstract objects. So
when you say preserve, do you mean within like a theory, or do you mean like in ordinary language, I guess? When you say we can preserve that discourse, what sense do you mean preserve?
Yeah, I think in ordinary language, but also in more formal context, like when philosophers are discussing propositions and truth values and things like that. Not preserve every theory of propositions. Obviously, that won't work because they're inconsistent with each other. But essentially, we can. I mean, that's more my meta strategy, is to try to preserve as much of a discourse as we can, whilst jettisoning from my point of view, unnecessary and convoluted metaphysical baggage that people have brought along with it. And I think that as long as you can do that in a way that makes sense, then it's fine to keep the discourse. And that actually raises interesting questions as to like how you assess that. So one question would be like, could we keep theistic discourse and understand it in a different way, in a way that doesn't commit us to a whole bunch of things that we think are implausible? And obviously there are a lot of theists who try to do this in different ways. I've come down to the view that we can't preserve that discourse in anything like a way that makes sense of it. So I think we should jettisoning it. Likewise, I think we should, jettison things like the ether or elan vital or ghosts and things, that those discourses are not preservable and we don't need to. But something like propositions, I think we can understand them as I was saying, Scott Holmes, he understands a proposition as a type, and the tokens of that type are particular utterances. So they're actually part of physical reality. It's more of a thinking of them as a class, and then they share something in common in virtue of functional similarities and functional roles. So if I say snow is white and the German says Schnee ist weiß, then that serves a similar function in sort of a linguistic or a social context. And it's in virtue of that you can say that they instantiate the same proposition, but you don't have to invoke any kind of abstract object to do that. So anyway, go ahead.
I guess, it's not that I'm unsympathetic to these sorts of views, right? I guess it's a kind of like theory comparison thing almost, where I see that these views are going to contain basically all of the things that my sort of like, I don't really mind calling it like a quasi-behaviorist type view or something, right? All of the things that view is going to have in it, in terms of like the publicly verifiable stuff, the noises, the movements, the hand gestures, the changes in the way that a person's brain is structured as they learn and get socialized into it. All those sorts of things are going to be there in that other theory. But then there's this kind of like, and I think that stuff's going to be sufficient to account for the phenomena of language and discourse. And then what's happening in the other theory is that there's this kind of like additional baggage of types and tokens, right? And then we're going to have to provide some account of, in virtue of what are tokens clustered under the same type, or how is it that then, and things like that. Is it that we're going to get these difficult questions? Doesn't mean that the theory is wrong, right? But I'm just saying, I think we can go with a sort of simpler theory that doesn't have all these problems, isn't going to need to introduce this extra kind of like machinery to account for that private stuff around the propositions.
Well, I think that the desire to preserve some notion of propositions is motivated by the theoretical usefulness of that concept. So if we don't have any conception of, say, beliefs or propositions or anything, then we run into questions like, how do we assess the epistemic or ontological status of different, let's say, utterances? So I want to say if that's true, or I believe that, and then if we sort of have to, well, I guess truth is sort of that's maybe its own thing, but belief is a good one. But truth might be another one that if we have to sort of jettison all of that, or equivalently, perhaps we can't give an account of it, we just sort of say, oh, we know how to use it. That doesn't seem very satisfactory, because often we don't know how to use it, and then we ask questions about, well, how should we use it? And I think that it's, I'm not very satisfied with an account that simply says, well, there's no fact of the matter about what usage is preferred or what over another, because that seems to be kind of just deciding beforehand that no account can be given, or that there's no. Well, what do you think about that sort of criticism?
So I sort of agree, right? I think that this is something that actually has been described by Duncan Pritchard as a kind of epistemic vertigo, right? It's the idea that once one becomes committed of some of these sorts of views of things, that there's almost like a lack of real foundations that you can use to justify some of the things beyond sort of like community use or something like that, right? I agree that notions like belief, rather than becoming sort of like justified in virtue of like some way that reality fundamentally is mentally, are then going to become justified in terms of the way that people use the word belief in 21st century English language or something, right? Same with a word like truth. And the conditions of use can change, and that can be very disconcerting as well, because then it leaves us in almost a place of historic kind of linguistic relativism or something. No, I don't think that that's necessary. The reason that isn't a problem to me is I think I can sort of simultaneously accept that that the framework that I adopt is kind of historically contingent, and it could change. It could, but then also be a user of that linguistic framework to describe things, like simultaneously. So yeah, in the sense that I've been socialized to use the words belief and true, it is true that X, and I do believe that X, even though I can recognize that had I been raised in some sort of different circumstances or something, belief and true would be used in these very different ways that are almost completely alien or even antithetical to the way that I use them. Though I agree that there's a kind of, I think you said like unsatisfactory. It's not satisfactory in the sense that I can't sort of really say that my way of thinking about the world or something like that, gets down to it metaphysically. I can't point to this inner structure of reality and be like, yes, I got to it when I said the thing, like the cat is on the mat is true or something.
Well, I don't know that we even have to go that far. It seems to me that let's take the epistemological side or angle on things. So if we want to critique, well, I mean, we don't have to start there, but let's start there. If we want to critique, let's say, whether it's people persecuting homosexuals or the treatment of the Uyghurs by the Chinese government or whatever it is, or even just people saying that the earth is flat, like whatever the case it is, we generally want to critique things like that by making some assertions that relate to false beliefs without even putting morality in there necessarily, that you say, well, there's a claim made about this type of group or this type of practice or this type of evidence, and we want to say that that's false or it's unsupported or something like that. Now, if the only way to understand claims like that is to say, well, it's sort of it's incongruent with a certain set of behavioral norms about how those terms are used in a certain society, well, I mean, first of all, that doesn't necessarily have any bearing on other societies, but also it doesn't have any ability to internally critique itself. So if that usage changes over time, what are we to say about whether that direction is, well, there's just sort of doesn't seem there's anything to say about that direction other than that it's different now than it was in the past. And that seems to be giving up rather a lot. I mean, if we have any conception that we think that science provides, or history for that matter, provides any sort of description of the world in any sense, like not even in a very deep sense, but just like in any sense, then we want to have some way of articulating what the difference is between certain types of utterances about the past, like certain utterances about the past, which I would say are false or inaccurate or unsupported, and others that are true or supported or justifiable. And that appealing to current social practices just isn't going to be satisfactory there, because it doesn't actually identify the aspects that seem relevant to making those kind of assertions. It's not going to be enough to say, well, Holocaust denial is wrong because it ignores the historical facts. Because if that only appeals to historically, like socially contingent practices, then all I can really say is, with respect to the norms that of usage that we currently have, that's unacceptable. But if contingently things were different, then it would be. But that doesn't seem at all related to the sort of claim that I actually want to make. And so I think that a view that can't account for that seems to be missing rather a lot about what I take to be important. So, I mean, how do you think about that?
So maybe if I approach the first one, I can remember the second one right now and what my response to it would be. I might forget in the course of articulating my first one, so then maybe we'll come back to that. So the first one was to do with a sort of like grounds for criticizing people in other cultures or other linguistic practices, right? And then I think the first thing to do is to sort of get clearer about what the criticism is. So, when you say you can't kind of criticize people if they inhabit, say, another culture or another sort of form of life, I think that we can provide historical examples where we have. So say, I mean, there are a lot of sort of like colonialist examples of this, where maybe people come across a tribe or something that shares a completely different form of life. There's almost no means for communication with them. So we can't sort of proceed through reasoned discourse or something. But what we do is we still criticize, the savage for their horror. And I don't mean to say that I view those interactions as one-sidedly right, like the Westerners who went over there or something did the right thing and tried to civilize the savage or something. What I do mean to say is that people were able to criticize and then, come up with some kind of like way of proceeding, even given, like a vast incommunicable linguistic difference between two cultures. So say with the Chinese, if there was no one in China that spoke English and we didn't share any anything in our communication styles such that we just couldn't understand each other or our forms of life at all, they were just completely alien, I think we could still criticize what's going on with the Uyghurs, and we could still follow some kind of like policy against China in some sense. I mean, the whole thought experiment might cease to make much sense. You say like, how could we have any economic trade with them if we couldn't understand them at all? Let's just leave details like that to one side, right? We could pursue some sort of policy that tries to penalize China in some way, or exert some pressure on them so as they align themselves with our set of values if we think that is wrong. And it's not it's sort of not the fact that we're able to proceed in like reasoned discourse or something that is essential for our disagreement with people in that different culture. Or is there something I've said?
Yeah. So the status of rationality is not necessary for disagreement, obviously, although I think so. It would seem, under your view, a disagreement simply emerges when people's different cultural usages of a set of terms differ, and it's sort of hard to see what more can be said about that other than, well, they'll differ, and then maybe if they interact in a certain way, they will differ more or less or something like that. Maybe if I can put it this way, that some of the things that I value most, such as honesty and truth-seeking and intellectual humility and curiosity, none of those things seem to make very much sense under your view, because what are those things even about? Like, if I'm trying to learn about how things are in the world and pursue truth honestly and consult different viewpoints to ensure that I have evaluated evidence in the right way, none of those things seem to really latch on to anything. They don't seem to mean anything other than, well, you're just behaving in a certain way as conditioned by society. Now, let me be clear. I agree with that. Like, anything that we do is shaped by our society. It's just, from my point of view, there's more to say than that, because there are certain frameworks to adjudicate. For example, the difference between a belief that the world is flat and a belief that the world is round, that go beyond merely saying that one person was socialized in one way and one person was socialized in another way. But it seems that under your view, there isn't anything else to say. So, I don't know. I mean, does that not seem like it's missing out something from your perspective?
So I think there could be something in this criticism that I've missed. So I want to kind of make sure, because one way I was thinking of responding to what you said, which I think could miss what you're trying to get at, is sort of to ask, well, how is it that you figure out that someone is honest, right? And the way that you figure out that someone is honest is you're going to say, well, maybe I talk to them a bit. I sort of see the way that they respond to disconfirming evidence, or the way that they articulate my views back to me when I've articulated them to them, things like that. And the point I would want to get at there is that, so it's all sort of, again, in front of you, what actually takes place in an assessment of someone being honest. It's all this publicly verifiable behavior type, if you want to call it that, type stuff. It's not a sort of like special faculty of mind that grasps like the internal.
It sounds like you're making what I would say is a faulty inference there. So let's talk about assessing whether someone's honest. Now, it's true that I'm going to use their behaviors as a way to assess that. So that's true, but I don't just use that. I have to reflect on them, and I have to integrate them. I have to think about them. I have to apply some theory, right? And this is not just true with assessing someone's honesty. This is true in assessing any behavior and any scientific theory. Basically, there's a combination of theory and empirical evidence, and we sort of fit them together in some way. And it seems that theoretical side of it's kind of important as well, because that's exactly where I'd postulate. Well, basically what I'm doing is I postulate some internal state or set of states or dispositions in the other person, which accounts for their behaviors, at least across a relevant range of circumstances. And I invoke that as a sort of a theoretical device to account for certain things. And, it relates to other suppositions that I have, like about what a person's brain is and what it does and so forth. So it feels like it's wrong to say that what I just do is sort of collect behavioral observations and that's sort of all there is to it. And I think maybe that's why I feel your view is impoverished, is because it says all you have is like a list of behavioral outcomes. But I don't think that that's all that there is.
So this is, like, I think what happens, right, is when we slip into that second discourse, which is what I think just happened, like when you say, I postulate a set of theoretical claims or whatever against which I compare. It's almost, I think that there's a tendency when we go into that second discourse then to think that what we've done is we've dug deeper into reality. Whereas I'm like, from my point of view, if we take a step back, we actually said more words, right? It's kind of like when, I don't mean this in a denigrating way, but like when you see like T-Jump or someone respond to someone like, well, I just care about reality, right? And it's like, but what you've done there when you say reality is you've provided another word. It's not like you've now really got it the way the world is. Instead, you've just said you've said some further sentence. You've tried to sort of like map one set of sentences to another set of sentences, right? But you've provided like further sentences.
Yeah.
And my view is still sort of saying, well, what's going on there, right, is essentially like behavior, but it's now like a different discourse, a more sophisticated set of inputs and outputs, perhaps, but they're still.
But I can agree with all of that, but I don't understand how that's a critique of what I'm saying. So when I postulate, let's say, dishonesty, or let's say I postulate this idea of a character trait, which is this person is dishonest, and I use that to account for their behavior in a wide variety of circumstances. It's sort of a unifying theory. And obviously there's more to it than that, but that's the basic idea of it. I think that's what we do in science and so forth. Obviously, I've given more words, but the idea is that I have actually uncovered something important about, assuming that's correct. I mean, I could be wrong, but let's say it's sort of correct, however you want to describe that. Yeah. It seems like I have made some progress, right? I understand something I didn't before. It allows me to make sense of observations that I've gathered, potentially to predict new observations. I don't see what the problem with that. I mean, isn't that what knowledge is about, or at least a large part of it? It's not just about listing observations. I mean, that's not what our brains even do. Like, a lot of it is constructed and sort of refined in based of like theoretical, a lot of it like subconscious frameworks we have. Like, we recognize a face in a toast. Well, why is that? It's because our brains are sort of looking for that. They don't just store like the raw pixel information or something like that. So I think that that's an important part of what cognition knowledge is about applying these frameworks. And I think that then doing so and then assessing those frameworks is really important. And to just say, well, that's just more behavior and more words. I agree that it is more behavior and words, but I don't know that undermines why I think it's important. So
let me try to make sure then that I've understood. Yeah, I was laughing at Oscar's comment. That was really... So let me try to just make sure that I've got what you're saying correct, right? So I think it's something like there are problem cases that we would both agree to, where essentially what's motivating us is kind of like theoretical consistency or understanding something for its own sake, where understanding in this context isn't taken to be behavioral dispositions, but is taken to be just like representing consistency to myself or something like that. Is that
well, the way,
correct?
Close. So I think there's more to it than consistency. Yeah. I guess the way that I think about it is like, I'm going on. Well, actually, I'm going to France soon. I'm going to nice. On a journey to somewhere that's strange, right? And I want to take a map with me.
I agree.
In fact, I might want to take multiple maps, because maybe there's the map of like the subway, and then there's the road map, and then maybe there's like a map of the park or something. So I might want different maps for different purposes. But what I want to ensure is that I get sort of the best map possible relative to a certain purpose. And so I'm in the constant process of sort of trying to improve those maps of the territory. The analogy is that the maps are something that's in my head, which I might call understanding or a mental representation. The territory is different aspects of the world, and I'm in the business of trying to improve sort of my map or my set of maps. We could ask, why are we doing that? But at the moment, I'm just going to say, well, that business is what I call essentially like knowledge, understanding, epistemology, like, that sort of area. I'm not even making a claim about whether there's a normative status to that, actually. I'm simply making a claim that is an area that I care about, and I think a lot of people do. And I think that we can make sense of what people are doing without needing to postulate propositions, but like abstract objects, and that part we're in agreement with. But at the same time, I think that that endeavor does make sense without needing to postulate those things.
So maybe, so there are things in what you're saying that I would agree to, right? And the thing is, the weird thing about it is that we would both agree to these things. So I think things like people are trying to get better at doing things, right? The bit that I disagree with is the idea that this is like there's a kind of map of reality, and then there's reality, and the two sort of like line up. You know what I mean?
Well,
and that's the bit. Yeah, in some sense, line up.
But what's wrong with that though? What's the idea of? I mean, there's nothing mysterious about the idea of a map of the train network. And
no, but it is a metaphor when you use it for the mind, right? Like it's
all metaphorical, right? Any language that I use will be a way of describing something and not the thing itself. So I don't necessarily know what the problem is. Like I can articulate in fairly clear terms what it means for the map to be faulty by saying, well, here's what a false belief would look like, and it could be more or less faulty, right?
So the problem is that, you know, like I can see you hold up a map against a territory and go, you know, like I can kind of see how that is similar to that, and compare the two. So, and I understand, you know, I can sort of suggestively think, that's what he's trying to get at in using it in this metaphorical sense. But the thing that I don't understand is a proposition and how that is about reality, right? That's the thing I really want to get at.
Let's ditch the language of propositions, because I'm more interested in talking about mental
or a mental representation, even. Even a mental representation, and how that is about, you know, how that is a kind of map that's about reality. So maybe.
Well, okay, this is interesting, but I mean, surely you think that there are such things, right? Well, what do you think our cortex is doing? Like when I see an object, there's neurons firing in my occipital cortex. Do you think that that's representing what I'm seeing or not? Like I don't know how you can not say yes as a naturalist. Like, surely that's what it's doing, right? Like, what's happening?
So it's representing what I'm seeing. I guess I would say yes to this, right? But I'm not sure what I mean by that. Is where
right.
is
well,
maybe
we can
where
unpack
I land.
that. But that's fair. But I think that's sort of. Well, that's what epistemology and like cognitive science and computer science and all this other stuff, that's what that's about, is like unpacking that. And like, that's, that's like 20 years of study. And I think that we're still, there's things that can be said, but we're still a long way from a full answer there.
But what I don't want to do is sort of just assume then. So I'd rather be in this space of I'm not sure than commit myself to the idea that there is this like pictorial representation between reality as it is and
I don't think it's pictorial, or at least in most cases.
Or not even pictorial.
It takes different forms.
Yeah. I don't understand what a meaning in the head that's about stuff in the world could be. You know, like what it is, what it could be on naturalism.
It depends what sort of answer you want. In the crudest sense, I think it's a pattern of activation of neurons, right? But that's not very informative. But I think that in some sense that is the right answer.
In some sense, it is the right answer. What I mean is in the way that philosophers will talk about it in the phenomenological, or maybe like a quality, like there's a way that people talk about meanings experientially. As them, you know, like someone says, well, I am talking about London, right? But then when I reflect on my experience of saying I am talking about London, it's not like there was a thing that I got that was about the place. I'm like, I just almost executed making noises with my face, or I don't know, you know, like what was the actual experience of talking about something like for me? I don't know. The experience was kind of flat. It wasn't like pointing at things. There wasn't like stuff in there. Okay, you could have prompted me to elaborate further, and I could have executed more noises or inscriptions that I can make. There might have been more accompanying experiences, right? You could have asked me, what does it smell like? And maybe I'd recall, you know, maybe I'd like recall a smell and essentially rerun the way that to some degree, the way my brain worked when I experienced the smell of something, right? And then maybe I'd execute like making noises and stuff, but there's not this sort of clear-cut thing that's a representation, a meaning or something, right, in my mind, as for me at least.
Well, I think there is a representation, but I think that one area where that's important to recognize is that, I was going to say from my point of view, but I don't think this is too controversial. A lot of mental representations aren't conscious, or only some aspects of them will be conscious. So, for example, when you think about London, I don't know exactly how that. I mean, so that the representation you have of London is going to differ from mine. For example, I've never been there, but presumably there are going to be some things in common. I mean, we could discuss that. But one piece of evidence I would argue for that. One argument in favor of that is that there seems to be an ability for us to behave in certain ways such that we don't constantly have no idea what we're talking about. Sometimes that does happen, especially when we engage in philosophy. But I'm going to want to say, well, how is that? Like, what's going on there? Yeah. And mental representations is one of the things that I would postulate there. Now, they don't have to be identical for that to happen. But anyway, the point is that I was trying to get at is when you think about London, I think that most of what's going on there is subconscious. You may be aware of thinking of London, and maybe you can think of a particular memory that happened there, or a smell or a sight or whatever that's particularly salient. But I think most of the representation you don't have conscious access to. And so the fact that nothing particular is sort of accessible to your introspection is not really surprising to me, actually, at least from what I know with neuroscience. Sure. And to me, that's not essential to the account.
But there's kind of an imagery in what you're kind of saying, right, about the mental space being this navigable thing. And what I mean by navigable is almost like apart from physical processes or something, like it's navigable from this special mental space. Like there's this representation thing rather than.
Yeah, that's a language for explaining at a high level of abstraction. Like,
I don't mean to read off it. Yeah, I don't mean to read off it that does commit you to. But what I think I don't know. So maybe you can tell me if placing it in the theory, the emphasis more on the brain causal side of things, right? And then saying, well, there are experiential states that come along with the firing of certain regions of the brain. And then through a sort of familiarity or something over time of us firing those causal pathways, behaving in that way, we come to sort of like describe that experience as something, that experiential state that comes along with being that particular physical state, as a sort of what it is to experience, what it is to think of London is to have that particular experiential state. But the experiential state isn't this like actual like mental thing that's about London. Instead, it's just my experiences as I execute these various sort of like quite complicated behavioral sequences, which are encoded in the physics of my brain and my musculature, and like for activating the voice.
Well, so I partly agree. It doesn't have to. So when you're thinking about London, there doesn't have to be anything conscious to that. I mean, yeah, if it's a conscious thought, then part of that might become conscious. But like you can, you can certainly entertain a concept without being consciously aware of that. And so when we talk about the mental representation of London, the idea is that there is that knowledge is encoded in the synapses, in the synaptic strengths across your cortex, all like currently, like for anything that you know. And even when you're not consciously recalling that information, it's still there. And that's the mental representation. What I would say is it's activated when we utilize that concept. Now, in terms of the idea of being about something, that notion of intentionality does require a connection between a mental state and the world. And that comes back to map and territory things. I would cash that out in terms of, well, there's some kind of a mapping or a relationship between your mental representation and the external world. And there's quite a lot that needs to be articulated about what that looks like. But I don't personally see some kind of inherent problem in that if we accept that the maps are a thing and they can be more or less accurate. And maps can take many forms. They don't have to be a literal verisimilitude depiction. Like the train map for my city doesn't actually look like where the it doesn't look like a picture of where the lines go. It's stylized, but it conveys that information in a relevant way. And so that's kind of what I think is happening there. And to maybe make an analogy, I don't know if this will be helpful. When we're talking about computers, right? Because you're a software developer, so maybe this will be helpful. When we're thinking about computers and how they work, we don't, at least I've never really met someone who does this in a behaviorist way. That is, oh, well, you just describe the sequences of keystrokes and as the input, and the output is the structure of pixels you see on your screen. Like, no one talks about computers that way or tries to understand how computers work or debug them or program them by talking about that. What they talk about is layers of abstraction, right? So that there's there's the browser plugin that I'm using, and that sits on the browser, which sits on the operating system. And that sits on code which is compiled and that's read by the processor. There's assembly language, and there's like machine code, and then there's logic gates in that, and then those are instantiated on transistors. So there's this hierarchy of abstraction, and we can talk about the computer and what it's doing and what functions it's carrying out at any level of that abstraction, depending on what our purposes are. Now, I think it would be rather bizarre to just try to dispense with that and say, well, no, let's just talk about and understand computers in terms of keystrokes and pixels on the screen, which is our analogy for like behaviors, inputs and outputs, and like dispense with all language of things in the middle. That seems to be kind of missing a lot of what's actually going on. And you wouldn't really be able to understand a computer like that or do much of use with it, other than maybe the very crudest level of interaction. And so I think that that's analogous to what happens with the mind, right? That we can look at it with different levels of abstractions. We don't just describe it in terms of behavioral inputs and outputs. We don't just describe it in terms of just neurons firing, but there's layers of abstraction. Now, we don't understand them as well as we do in a computer, but I think that there is evidence accumulating for those, and that there's reason to think that they exist as well. I don't know if that helps or not, but like the computer analogy.
It sort of does, though. I think there's a way of describing that analogy that maybe would be more sympathetic towards the behaviorist account. You say, how do I write a program? And a person says, well, you open the terminal, right? And they don't say grab the mouse, move it. They don't describe it in that way. But
I think that the problem with the terminal is that's isn't that I don't know what exactly that would be analogous to, but that seems to be some kind of internal construct, right? A terminal. What it would have to be is Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think.
Yeah, I think the relevant part of what I'm trying to say is just that there's a way of sort of like telling a plausible story about someone learning to use a computer that involves like giving them instructions, and I think it's just kind of there's a way of describing it that does sound a bit ridiculous, right?
I don't. At a very crude level, yes, but imagine teaching someone to code like that. It's like, okay, so you place your hand on this device and move it here, and then click on the shape that looks like this, right? And then you press this key, and then this key, and then this key.
Well,
and then you tell them that a lot of times.
Well, I think at some point
we do. Like that isn't.
Well, it kind of. I think at some point.
No, but you learn about like data types and structures. Like,
how
can someone know to code without learning those things? And that's the analogy that I'm drawing about.
So I 100% agree with that, right? Yeah. But I think that initially, we do have to be taught. This is like put your hand on the mouse, move it in these directions, and then we can sort of like understand an instruction like open the terminal as it being implicit in that instruction that I'm going to put my hand on the mouse, move it, and click on the.
Yeah, because we cache the lower level things under a level of abstraction, and then we use language that incorporates that. So that's exactly what I'm saying. It's just that we sort of, but we can't dispense with those middle levels of abstraction.
So the thing is, though, you're taking it as that being a kind of internal representation of what that means. Whereas I'm taking what that means to be successfully reproducing the behavior. So I say open the terminal to someone, right? And they've understood, just in case they do put their hand on the mouse, they move it and they click on the terminal, right? And those are the conditions for them understanding, rather than it being that they reproduced the correct mental copy. If that does that help?
So how do people perform novel behaviors then?
Yeah,
if I ask
I guess
here's my specifications, write a program that does this and this, and then test it against these test cases. You've done bits of those before, but not in this combination. I would say, well, the way you do that is you access your mental representations for these concepts, and then you think about them, and you combine the ideas and you test things. I feel like that we're really stretching the limits of what we can do to explain that in terms of just purely behavioral terms.
Well, I think that maybe the way that I'm thinking about behavioral terms is a bit less. It's a bit less like programmatic than the way I kind of like hear hear it being described, because it's not from my point of view, right? When I think about when I think about what I'm saying about people learning things behaviorally, it's not as if there's literally a kind of like rule book or instruction set, and a person's just on guide rails to have to follow those rules and dispositions as they've been socialized. There is a sense of reduction of those rules and things, in the sense that rather than reality being that a person stores a set of rules and then executes according to those rules, it's that the actual what I'm calling the training and socialization here is shorthand for like the biological development of like muscles and neurons and things like that, right? It's a shorthand for a kind of reductive thing that's going on, but then within those processes of neurons firing and muscles and things, there's scope for stuff to happen that's outside of like the rules of how to respond to input on the eardrum and those nerves coming in. So I don't know if that helps to understand how it is that there can be more than just the execution of those rules that on my view, like someone can be sort of like trained to take various words like an instruction, be creative or create something new, as long as they understand what that means dispositionally, and then they're given a domain that they understand as well, such as computer science or something, then they can take that and do something with it.
But how do they do that if they have no mental representations? It would seem by your account that all we'd be able to do is repeat behaviors that we'd seen before. Maybe we could repeat them in different orders or something, but even that seems to be a bit problematic, because what drives the ordering other than... I'm just not sure how all this works without invoking something that's either like you might call executive function or a higher order representation, which essentially amounts to combining elements in like different ways and then storing that.
Well, I'm
it
not
feels
sure
like
why...
you're just saying that in different words.
I might be saying it in different words. I'm trying, like this is...
Because that's exactly what I mean. If I say open the terminal, you're like, oh, well, well, you have some kind of mental representation of what a terminal is and what it means to open it. And that's maybe a fairly simple concept. Well, but I'm not even sure where we're disagreeing at that point.
So maybe where we're disagreeing, right, is when you say we have some kind of mental representation, maybe we even agree on that. So what what I might agree to the sentence, right? There's some kind of mental representation of a terminal. If that's understood to be the claim that like there's some if you give me the instruction, open the terminal, there's something it feels like to me to think about, to contemplate before that action, right? To sort
I'm
of
not talking about that at all. I'm not talking about anything related to what it feels like, because this could be unconscious, right? So I'm not making any claims about qualia or experience. I'm also not sure why we need to... I guess you like to, well, at least in this area, you'd like to explain things in terms of, and by this you mean, and then you try to place a behavior there. I'm not sure why that's better than appealing to something else.
Well,
because behaviors themselves are kind of a theory lane, like what counts as a behavior. So I don't know that that's really... I mean, I'm not saying it's never helpful, of course, but I don't know that that's like a behavioral reduction of, I don't know, coding or something is... Because then I could reduce it further, like, well, exactly what muscles, and like you could imagine describing it in terms of the exact configuration of my muscles. And it feels like that really isn't the point at all. You sort of miss the point about what that behavior is if you're trying to describe it in terms of the exact configuration of muscles. It feels like that the whole point is in terms of the relevant... You want to say, okay, I'm going to talk about the relevant parts of the behavior. But my point is, in order to describe what's relevant, you need to have a concept of the things that are important for that particular behavior or that particular action. And that's exactly just what I'm talking about.
To that. Well, I think I could agree to that, though, that the idea you need to have a concept, right? But having a concept, on my view, would then be, being trained to use a word in a particular kind of way, right? And a part of that training of understanding a word like terminal is going to be associated to all these behaviors and things around it.
Yeah, that's how
to
we
come
learn
back
the
to,
concepts, but I don't think that's the same as the concept. I think this was an old view called like the associationist views or something, but I don't think that's enough pure associations. I mean, we could talk about like correlation and causation and how we identify correlations that are like important and those that are just spurious and things like that. But these are all the sorts of arguments that I'll put forward in case of why it seems that we need a poverty of the stimulus arguments are related as well. That like there's so many different things that could be relevant. Like the guy who was telling me to open a terminal was wearing a blue sweater. So when someone tells me to open the terminal, I put on a blue sweater. Like, well, intuitively, we know
well,
that's stupid. That has nothing to do with it. But that was maybe that was consistent just by chance, right? Like,
sure.
I think we even doing things like that, we need to have some theories or internal models of what things are relevant to the behavior.
Yeah. Well, what things are relevant to the behavior? I think that is
To reproduce the behavior, right?
yeah.
Because you can't reproduce the exact
no, I agree.
circumstances.
It's not that I don't. It's not that I disagree with what you're saying. I
Yeah.
agree with it, but I think it makes. I think that there's essentially just more socialization and training that goes on. Like it's almost like a operant conditioning all the way down.
Yeah, but socialization of what? Like, let's talk about that. Like,
Yeah.
I'm teaching someone how to open the terminal and run Hello World or something like that, right? And when I do that, I say, take the mouse and move it over here. Be like, well, what's a mouse? Because I don't have a concept of a mouse. It's like, well, and you sort of mimic the behavior or something like that. And I'm like, okay. And then they go home
like
and
a
they
pointing,
try to
like
replicate
or
themselves.
something.
Well, pointing is
that's going to be
problematic because chimpanzees don't necessarily understand pointing. They point at something, you point at something, they look at your finger. Like that's learned as well, right? But the point is, they try and replicate that at home, and they're like, okay, well, first of all, this keyboard doesn't look like the keyboard he had. Maybe they don't call it keyboard because they don't have a term for it, right? But and then like, okay, well, I'm wearing a different. It's the wrong day of the week. Like,
no, I understand.
Like what things are relevant
all the time? Doesn't this happen?
Well,
all the
it does
time
sometimes, but you know what language I'm going to use to explain that? It's like, okay, well, we learn. A lot of this is almost like folk psychology or folk physics or whatever. Like the clothes someone's wearing is not going to be relevant, generally to like how you open terminal on a computer. And so no one's really going to think otherwise to that in normal circumstances.
But the way, so I would agree with you though, that we learn that stuff.
Yeah.
But I guess the way that I'm going to cash that out is basically in terms of that when we produced those sorts of explanations, and produced those sorts of explanations means engaging in a particular kind of linguistic activity, that we received these sort of almost quite fundamental linguistic activity prompts of that's wrong or no or whatever. I think something like that, some kind of yes no, is going to be quite fundamental in the socialization. And
I agree that these are learned, although some things may be innate, but that's not really relevant here.
But I'll say we received those prompts like behavioristically. Though I feel like I don't like the connotations of behaviorism, but we receive those prompts to providing those sorts of explanations to do with clothes and things, and so we learn over time to produce a different kind of explanation. Had we grown up and actually received praise and all sorts of other things for for saying things about the clothes, maybe we would then go on.
But I want to emphasize that I don't know that the point of divergence is on what's learned, because I'm going to agree that most of this is learned.
Yes,
the issue there is, you said we are socialized to provide certain types of explanations. But I think that that's false for a lot of common knowledge, because we're often never required or asked to provide any explanations of common knowledge. That sort of thing is taken implicitly. And that's one of the difficulties of actually developing AI that can understand
Could you provide an example,
common knowledge.
Just of what you mean by common knowledge here, to make sure I've not got
common sense knowledge. Well, things like the clothes you're wearing don't affect whether you can successfully open the terminal. Like, no one ever told me that. I never even thought of it before now, right? And there's any number of this is the problem. You get combinatorial explosions. Well, maybe. Look, I can't say that for certain. Certainly, I don't recall it. But you get combinatorial explosions of these sorts of things, which renders it impossible that anyone could tell you all of these things. This is the poverty of the stimulus argument, right? So it seems like there must be some ability to generalize by combining sort of ideas together. And that's the sort of thing that I'm just going to call a concept, right? It doesn't seem like there's a mere listing of reinforced experiences that is sufficient to, I feel like I'm rehashing many of the same arguments that were used to reject behaviorism back in the 60s, right? and all I'm trying to say here is, like, these are reasons why I think that we need to have some notion of an internal representation, regardless of exactly how we characterize it.
Yeah, I mean, so these are perhaps good reasons to reject my view, right? I think my response at this point would be just to say, like, I honestly haven't thought about some of the things that you're saying before, right? So I'd have to go away and think about what the actual response is from within this view and see if it is if the sort of response is as good as the one that's provided by having like an internal representation of the type that, you know, like you're kind of providing in your theory. So I don't think I have like an adequate response to that at the moment. But I also I don't want to just all of a sudden go, yeah, I reject that view and come over to the other side, because I just haven't thought about it. Maybe there is like something.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I'll think more about it is a very good response, I think. So, but let's then pivot a bit back to the AI discussion, because we came to talk about the idea of mental representations a bit because we were talking about the differences between at least large language models and how they represent things and how humans do. And so my claim was that the difference is so vast that we shouldn't even use the same language, or at least we should be very cautious about using the same language, like belief or something very like cautious, that, of a large language model. Well, yeah, when it's relevant to, you know, I mean, I'm generally an advocate for being careful in our language, and I think people can get the wrong, like, to take a large language model like ChatGPT, people ask it questions and then it provides some output, right? And then from my point of view, what they do is interpret the output as they would interpret language produced by a human being. But the way I would describe this is there's a vast difference between how humans produce or would typically produce that sort of output and how the large language model does. And therefore, it's not really appropriate to interpret them in the same way. If you say, oh, the large language model has said all these things that are false. Well, if you interpret what they're saying in the way that you would interpret it as a communicative intent, then from a human, then I would say that it's false. But like if the clouds in the sky spell out a proposition, you wouldn't say the sky is lying to me. I mean, people might joke about that, right? But it feels like that would be to misinterpret what's happened there as if there's some sort of communicative intent there. And I think that that's what people do with respect to these large language models.
I agree with that. I have a question then for this view, which would be, is it ever the case that two people could be talking to one another, right? And their mental representations differ so much that you would say it's inappropriate for them to, for you to say that they're actually like, one of them is talking to the other person about this thing, because they'd have such an inappropriate sort of like mental state that accompanies the behavior of saying the words and whatever else.
Well, so pretty much, I think the short answer is yes, although I wouldn't say it's inappropriate for them to communicate. I think that I might say something like they're unsuccessfully communicating, or they're attempting to communicate about so-and-so, but failing. They may not even realize that they're failing. And I think that we kind of know what this is like, especially if we try to engage in philosophical discussions with people whom we think very differently, because we say something that seems reasonable to us, and then they just sort of don't seem to get it at all. And then they say something, we just have no idea how to understand what they're saying, even if they use words that we think we know. So this does happen, right? Across political boundaries might be another example. I think I
guess maybe the question I'm getting at would be even more sort of radical. So it would be, you know, you say, does 2 + 2 = 4? And the other person says yes or whatever. And they answer a whole bunch of arithmetic questions in this way. You have the correct number, mental representations, whatever, as you're saying this, and maybe in their mind they've got like red or something like that. I don't know. Maybe red is a bad, but some example of a mental state that we would just think is just not the right mental. But all of the behavioral stuff is the same. Maybe you say that's not. Just
so this is interesting, and I think this is related to what Chomsky talks about as the distinction between competence and performance. So. And this is one of the things I dislike about behaviorism, because you can never elicit all possible behaviors, right? But we generally think that I think there's use in thinking about someone's capabilities or competencies aside from any actual performances. I mean, you know, a simple example would be, imagine someone who just doesn't speak, right? But that doesn't mean that they can't understand language or like, I don't know, they never meet anyone. Of course, in the real world, you have to learn language from other people, but the point I'm making is that there may be very limited behavioral observances of someone, say, exercising understanding of a concept, but I don't know that means that they don't understand it, because I would want to point to something internal there. And
would you say
to answer your question?
Okay, go ahead.
No,
Well,
no. Yeah. So the answer to what you were saying is that how many behavioral observations do I get to verify whether someone understands the concept? So I don't think that understanding the concept amounts to or is the same thing as correct behavioral performances. This is like a Chinese room type. Well, one way of thinking about this would be a Chinese room type argument. Someone doesn't understand Chinese because they have a big dictionary of a lookup table that allows them to basically give the appearance of understanding Chinese. I think that understanding Chinese can't be reduced to behavioral performance, but incorporate some aspect of having the right type of mental representations. I don't go all the way with Searle on this. I think that those can be computational, but they have to be computational kind of at the right level of abstraction. But anyways, so that if I was trying to verify whether someone did have that right representation, maybe I give them 5 behavioral tests and they pass them all. Does that mean that they have the right representation or that they really understand it? Well, no, because maybe they got the correct behavioral responses by chance, or they just sort of memorize the output. Like I give the example of like a chatbot or a parrot that they can like one of those 90s chatbots, right? The ones that were really crap. That they clearly don't understand language in anything like the way humans do, but they could give some decent responses sometimes, depending on what the exact context is. And so I think that if I only get a very small number of behavioral examples to draw, and then I might just not have enough basis. If I get infinitely many, well, presumably at that point I can probe everything that I want to, but in the real world you only get a finite number, and so I might not ever be sure. When I interact with other people, I'm not just relying on that. Like, for example, I meet someone and I say, hi, how are you? And they say, good, thanks. Now that's not enough to know whether they understand language in a purely like empirical sense. But basically, I'm building on theories about what I think a human is and how an ordinary person works. I'm going to accept that they know English at least to a reasonable level if they say that, right? In unusual circumstances, I may alter that, but in general, that would be sufficient. But the point is that I think that in doing that, I'm appealing to broader theories about what I think people are and how language works and so forth, and not just like accumulating a series of behavioral observations. And that's why it can be tricky when it comes to something like ChatGPT, because it produces some really good text. But it kind of, from my point of view, doesn't matter how many examples I get from ChatGPT of really good text. I still don't think it understands language, because I think I have some ideas at least about how it's coming up with that text output and how it's internally structured. And I think that that's very different from a human. And that's what I think is important for this notion of understanding. Does that answer your question? I hope I haven't dodged it.
No, you've not dodged. I think there was something I found interesting that you said about people sort of like capacities, right? Where you said, just because someone couldn't complete a particular kind of task, you wouldn't say that they don't have sort of like capacities. And I find that so take someone like Stephen Hawking, right? You might say, well, look, he can't complete this written test. So I agree it would be inadequate to say on the basis that he couldn't complete a written test that he had no capacities. But the point is, you say that he has capacities in virtue of the fact that it's possible for him to complete some tasks, right?
Yeah.
So if you hook him up, so the idea is just maybe we're measuring in the wrong way, but capacities, it seems to me those capacities do have to be something that's being done, right? There's never like a pure, inaccessible inner thing.
What is it? Like, pure potentiality or something like
that? Yeah. Is that?
Yeah. Is that, so this becomes very difficult in practice. In the real world, yes, I think that's true.
Okay.
The thing is, though, that this is why I think. Well, this is one of the reasons
James
why
Fodor believes in souls.
Yeah, clearly that's what I said. So, what was I saying? Yeah. So in terms of, because of poverty of the stimulus type arguments, because we only have limited empirical data, I think that in order to get behaviorism to even start kind of working, you have to talk about counterfactual behavioral performances. So like what I would do in a certain situation, or what the person would do. And that in itself is, well, I don't want to use the word suspect, because I mean, I'm all right with counterfactual reasoning generally, but I think that someone who is strongly motivated to eliminate mental representations might not be comfortable with counterfactuals and appealing to those. So there's that sort of interesting aspect there. But the other thing is, in order to ground a counterfactual, I think you're going to have to say, like, well, what is it that makes it such that the person would do something in a certain case or not, right? Like what explains that? Or is it just sort of a brute fact? Like, to me, I would want to say, well, the reason why they would behave so and so in a given circumstance is because of some sort of innate capability or tendency or whatever, or skill, if you want to frame it that way. And I think that that's what actually causes them to behave that way. Of course, there's some randomness, but like basically that's going to explain the regularity and it's going to ground those counterfactuals. And so I would prefer to just point to that.
Not say that. In your view.
Well, they could, but yeah, they could. It's just if they're going to like. For example, if the behaviorist about language is going to say, well, the reason why someone would be able to the reason why someone would perform certain utterances in a certain way in a given context is because of a certain linguistic capacity that they had. And then I press, well, what is that? Like, what is a linguistic capacity and what form does that take? I feel like that's going to look a lot like what I'm talking about in terms of the mental representation. Now, maybe it's not exactly the same.
I think the reduction. I actually think that basically the reduction is going to look the same, right? And then, but it's like the sort of occult, the hidden, the private, like the actual representational mental part of it is going to look different. And I think that
I'm not sure what that is though. I mean, maybe it's like qualia or experience or something, but I've deliberately tried to avoid talking about that.
No,
because I feel that's a different question.
So I think it's this idea.
I don't think there's anything occult going on or anything non-physical or anything like that. I don't think that's needed.
I think what it is, I think there's something here about the sort of like about that representation that is like too weird, like it's like rather than it's almost like like the representation has these causal powers that can reach down into the brain and make it act a different way. So, I'm not articulating this very well.
I don't know if you're appealing to like top-down causation or something to that effect.
It's something like argument. There's a worry about something like that in this vicinity for sure. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think that this is not just an issue for mental concepts. It's an issue for any type of causation above the sort of bottom level. And this is actually a view that this is an issue that drives me towards being a mereological nihilist, which is to say that I don't think that composite objects exist in some sense separately from or in addition to or beyond their composite parts. And that's the way I see causation as well. I don't think that mental causation exists in some sense separately from or beyond or in addition to, let's say, causation of the atoms moving in my brain, like physical causation. I think that it's essentially a different way of talking about the same thing.
So maybe
it's conceptually different, but it's not metaphysically different. I think that that conceptualization matters, and I think it's important. That's why I don't want to eliminate it.
So I think reductionism does provide a sort of story here, right? That doesn't eliminate it. However, in the way that you're talking about the way that these representations work, right? It seems to be the case that in reasoning or thinking about something, the mental side of the coin, I can explore that representation sort of freely, right? And then on your view, there's always going to be a reduction of what that exploration of the mental representation sort of looks like. Okay.
Yeah.
What seems suspicious about that to me is almost like it's like the volitional aspect of what happens, right? So it's like where in the it's almost like a Cartesian theory type thing where I'm like sitting back looking at the representation and I reason my way into a particular portion of the representation to infer something else. And what I don't understand is how I can make sense of that on a reductionist view, where as compared to a reductionist view, where what the representation isn't an essential part of the linguistic activity or whatever, right? There is a sensation or whatever that it is to be that physical state, but there's no one or even set of particular physical states that it are to produce the reports and things around that particular representation. So then if my brain fires in a particular way, executing a kind of like reasoning or something about something, maybe there's a new sensation of something that's produced along with I'm going to now output a bunch of different reports that are these linguistic skills that I've been trained into, to reason in a particular way, whatever. But it's not like I've then got the thing mentally. Instead, now I just familiarize myself with a particular kind of experience that accompanies that behavior. I realize the way that I've articulated that is probably like not very clear and confusing. So
let me try to pick it. So let me try to pick at some aspects of that. So whenever we think about anything, whenever we think about our own thoughts or our own understanding, we're sort of directing because we're talking about conscious thought here. There's much that's subconscious. So I feel like that already confuses it, because I don't think mental representations have to be conscious by any means. And most of the time they're not, but they can sometimes be, at least some of them. And so when we're consciously aware of our thoughts or our memories and things, we basically direct our attention to some aspects of our, let's say, internal representations. I'm thinking about my representation of London, for example. Like I'm thinking about my memories of London or facts or associations I have.
What's that directing of attention? Like that.
Right. I was about to get to that. Yeah. Well, so attention is a particular. Attention shouldn't be understood in any sort of occult or dualistic way. Attention is a particular cognitive faculty, which I can't tell you exactly what it is because I don't know that anyone knows, but it relates to executive function and a type of thinking about things that involves more sort of linear, detailed oriented processing that brings things to our conscious attention, as opposed to sort of fast heuristic processing, which can often occur sort of subconsciously. And so it's a different way. A crude way of saying it is that when we direct our attention to something, that is a different way and a more sort of intense, high fidelity way of processing that information. And so obviously it's not going to, because our attention is limited, you can't direct your attention to everything at once. And so by nature, it's selective. And so when we're sort of thinking about things or introspecting, we're basically engaging one type of cognitive faculty, which involves a certain type of processing. And that can be useful for certain things. Like it can be useful for us to recognize discrepancies in our beliefs, for example, or think about memories and associate them in ways we hadn't thought of before. But that's not the only way we have of processing information. A lot of that happens subconsciously in ways that we're not even privy to. Indeed, whenever we recall a memory, we're kind of reconstructing and processing that memory to some extent as well, in ways that we also don't necessarily realize. So I don't know that there's anything, inexplicable on naturalistic grounds happening here.
It's not inexplicable. I think that what I struggle with, I just struggle with understanding what that means in terms of my understanding of like brains and reduction and stuff, right? Like I don't understand how this awareness thing is almost free floating and then gets directed towards a particular function or process or something like that, right? Whereas the alternative view seems to me to be that I use a word like attention to just describe whatever the process and set of experiences that sort of it is to be that physical state that's going through that process has sort of made its way through the various mechanisms of the brain, to not be filtered out and stuff. So in terms of the state that has then put me in, I use the conditions of use for a word like attention just to say, yeah, my attention came onto this one, that one, or whatever. But it's not like a genuine choosing in the sense of like a spotlight moving around various different things or something.
I don't know what a genuine choosing is, but I'm not sure what the problem is in saying attention is a cognitive faculty that serves certain purposes and is instantiated in certain parts of the brain and evolved at a certain point in evolutionary history and blah blah blah. And we have a word that approximately picks that out. Now there is some dispute about that, obviously, whether we want to preserve folk psychological terms and sort of adjust them as necessary in the basis of the findings in cognitive psychology and neuroscience, or maybe we need a new set of language, because obviously there is a lot of problem with folk psychology and that it doesn't always map to things. But sort of putting that aside, I just don't think it's very satisfactory to say, well, what is attention? Or it refers, I can't tell you what it is, but attention is whatever we talk about it as being. Like, I mean, in a sense, that's true. I don't really disagree with that. That's how word meaning works. It's just that there is there's another side to the map there, which is the territory, because there's a world that we're in, and then we can talk about, well, what's going on there.
No, I agree with that. So attention
isn't my left foot, right? Like,
no, I agree.
Carves out a bit.
I agree, and I think that what you've said though is actually consistent with the behaviorist view. But then what it would turn to would be like, can you ask a more specific question, or it would be like, well, attention is the word we use in the way that we use it, and then say, well, can you ask like a more specific question about what you're trying to get at by attention? Like, are you trying to ask me how to use the word in some particular strange set of circumstances? Are you asking me about a question about like brain science or something? Like, I'm going to need a better question than that one.
I think that's the problem though, because, well, I mean, I wasn't the one who brought up attention. I don't have any particular questions to ask about it. But it seems to me, from my point of view, if we think of attention as at least, let's say it's a candidate psychological state. Maybe we're not sure if it really corresponds to something that would fit into a good psychological theory, but at least it's a candidate, I shouldn't say psychological state, cognitive faculty. It's a candidate cognitive faculty. And I think it probably is, it sort of is real, but that we can then use the tools of science to investigate, well, what are the relevant neurological substrates to that? What are the relevant processes? How does that fit in with other cognitive faculties like, memory and decision making and problem solving and visual stimuli and things like that. And we can construct these theories, and we see to what extent this notion of attention fits in with that, and whether it's consistent with other beliefs and so forth. Whereas, and that's how we find out, or I would argue that's what should inform us about practice of that term and how to deploy it in cases where it may be unclear, or even in cases where we thought it was clear, but we actually realized, well, there was these confusions or false presumptions. Whereas it seems that on your view, it's sort of like, well, we'll just keep using it, and we'll sort of, I don't know, at some point we might change, but I just don't quite understand how rational discourse happens under that. I mean,
so I think on my view, I think on my view, everything that you sort of described ideally could still happen, right? So it could be the case, on my view, that people investigate the brain, find something that they're now going to label as attention, right? And then the conditions of use for the word attention are determined by various practices around scanning people's brains and finding the activation of regions in that. So it obviously wouldn't be true that historically that had been how the word attention was being used, whereas now it would be. Whereas so I think the theoretical disagreement between the two would almost be that we found what attention really means, like what, in virtue of what was it true that attention was really being correctly used in the past, right? Whereas I would maybe
it might have been incorrectly used, and I don't think you can countenance the notion of incorrect historical use, because the only conditions of success are standard use. So if it fits with standard use, it's by definition correct. Whereas I think that's just sort of obviously wrong, right? When people thought that the Black Death was caused by miasmas, right, they were wrong, right? It's not enough from my point of view to say, well, by the way that those terms were used at the time, then they were correct.
Well, yeah, I would say, I think you would say both, right? You would say they were wrong, and by the terms that the people used at the time, they were correct. And I would say the same.
I would say that the terms they used at the time were fundamentally confused.
Well, I would, because
there's no such thing as miasmas.
well, there's two separate. This is true, right? As well. So I think I would say, like in that thought world at the time, they were correct.
Oh, thought world. That sounds an awful lot like a mental representation or a set of those to me.
I agree. But what can be said of that is that, that's still a word with conditions of use, that I'm using it, to try. So what can be said is, if I'm to kind of like adopt their form of life, then it's true in that framework. But given the framework that I do adopt, it's false. And I don't think that there's any such thing as miasmas beyond the way that people in that culture talked about things, right? I don't think that this kind of like generates that inconsistency or removes a basis for criticizing.
Well, I don't think it's correct to say that in 14th century France, the Black Death was caused by miasmas. Nor would I think it's correct to say that in 14th century France, when people said, in whatever language...
Well, neither would I, though.
That's the Black Death is caused by miasmas, that they were correct in saying that. But it seems like according to their practices, according to the social practice, it would have been correct for them to say that.
So that's because you're using correct in the sense that we mean it, right? Right. So correct in that sentence is functioning in the sense that we understand correct.
No, I'm saying relative to the truth conditions, maybe you wouldn't call them truth conditions, but I'm going to call them that. Relative to the truth conditions that establish the correct usage of terms, which is their usage at that time in the 14th century France, then it seems that it would be correct to say from that usage.
Yeah,
that
but you see how adding that concept. But now it seems like you're saying something that you would agree to, right? Because then if you deny that, you're saying that a person in 14th century France wouldn't say that miasmas caused the Black Death.
No, they would say it. They'd just be wrong. Like, that's the difference, right? Because I'm not grounding everything in terms of behavior. So I separate the behavior from essentially an epistemic evaluation of that behavior. And I want to say they were wrong in saying that. Whether they were justified in saying it at that time is a separate question, right? But I don't think that's actually the dispute, because you're not going to get rid of any of those sorts of distinctions. So I'm going to say they said it, but they were wrong. Whereas it seems that you would say, because they said it, that makes it right for them to have said it at that time, just because enough people said it.
Well,
at that time
makes it right for them to have said it at that time.
At that time, yeah, that's the truth conditions determining correct usage for them at that time. So at that time, it was correct for them to say it was caused by miasmas, because that was common usage, right?
So
but I would say no, they were wrong.
Because when I say something is right at a time, right, what I'm actually doing there is I'm comparing it against like my values and what I think someone should say, which is dictated by my stock of knowledge. So
I thought that all you're doing is saying, when you say, was it correct for them to say in the 14th century France that Black Death was caused by miasma? All you're doing is basically saying, did lots of people say that? Well, that's what it comes out to. And if the answer is yes, then that's all it is for it to be correct.
I think correct is relatively ambiguous here, right? Because I think correct could be understood in terms of, was that what people said? Or I think it could be understood in this sort of like moral term, right? Which then brings in, given the best of your knowledge as you have it, should someone say that, essentially. So I think that correct can be taken in those two senses. And I think that we would basically give the same answers dependent upon which sense we take the question in.
Well, I feel like, so both of us are going to agree that by how we would use the terms, then it's not correct to say that so-and-so was caused by miasma.
In the moral sense.
That's well, I don't even want to say,
or even in the truth, even in the truth sense,
epistemic sense, or
sure.
justification. But it also seems to me that,
well, would you say they weren't just? So this is the thing. Like, you wouldn't say they weren't justified, right?
Well, so justification is highly contingent on the circumstances. So I don't actually know enough. I think that the miasma theory of disease was largely based on received wisdom. It's probably not, but maybe the peasant who knows nothing about this and just relies on authority would be justified, right? But I'd still say that they were wrong, irrespective of whether they were justified. They were incorrect.
Sure.
And the thing is, because
something we would disagree, like find a thing we would both disagree on in terms of what we would say about that situation.
Well, because what it seems to me is important to distinguish between verbal behavior in 14th century France and the state of affairs about, well, this is where I'm going to use terms you dislike because it's hard to not, but the state of affairs that they were talking about in 14th century France. And I'm going to say the state of affairs that they were talking about didn't correspond or wasn't, didn't fit with what they were saying about it. And I make that distinction between those, and that allows me to make assertions like they were wrong. Whereas it feels like you want to say, look, let's throw out this notion of correspondence and we've just focus on verbal behaviors. And that seems to leave us with no way to assess verbal behaviors other than by comparing them to other verbal behaviors. But that just seems unsatisfactory to me.
Well, I think we can say they're wrong, right? And then what's going on when we say that they're wrong is that we have a whole different set of practices in the modern biological sciences that come with a discourse around them that then rejects, like this discourse of miasmas and stuff. If the discourse of miasmas provided us with the power to cure Black Death and various other diseases and things, then I'd probably be in favor of it, right? And so it does actually then for me come down to essentially the behavior or the pragmatic kind of use of those discourses in doing things.
So
rather
do
than
you
whether
agree that
they correspond.
do you agree that the germ theory of disease and associated discourses allows us to cure a lot of, let's say, bacterial infections? I presume
Yeah.
the answer is yes. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not a trick question. Okay, so that discourse enables a certain sets of behaviors and outcomes. So the question I'm going to ask is why?
yeah. Um,
And we can contrast that with the miasma
yeah.
14th century example, which was not likewise successful.
Yeah, so I guess the answer is, like, the obvious answer is because those entities exist, right?
Well, I would just say because the germ theory of
It's
disease
true.
is correct,
Or it's
right?
true.
And the
Yeah,
miasma
it's
wasn't. Right? Something
okay.
along those lines.
Sure.
I think
So, yeah,
that's a
so
fairly
because
simple way to understand that.
Okay, so because the germ theory of disease is true or correct, I'd say then, yeah.
But how can you say that? Because as a behaviorist, I think that we're supposed to get rid of the notion of correct or truth or correspondence or something.
Well,
Unless...
yeah, so that's the thing is when. So if I were to say, because the germ theory of disease is true according to the correspondence theory, right? But because a proposition about the germ theory of diseases exists or something like that, then that is inconsistent. I agree. But if I merely say because it's true or because it's correct, and I understand that in terms of true being another word that's used in this way, then I've not committed myself to some kind of inconsistency or something.
Well, no, but then I don't think you've said anything, right? Because so I'm asking the question, why is it that the germ theory, that our practices and discourse of germ theory allows us to cure diseases? And you said because it's true, and I probe a bit. So what do we mean by true? And you just say,
true doesn't add anything.
Yeah. And I know that I mean, I actually would have suggested to say that it's correct, but that doesn't really make any difference, I suppose. But a way I would catch that is to say there are causal processes that lead to diseases. And many of those causal processes involve microorganisms, right? Mm-hmm. I'm basically describing the germ theory of disease. I'm saying those things, I'm predicating those things in reality. I'm saying that they are true, right? Mm-hmm. And the germ theory of disease amounts to an understanding, a set of discourses revolving around an understanding of that, or at least aspects of that, not all, but aspects of that, which then acting on those understandings allows us to take actions, which then, has a certain causal effect. So what I'm doing, it feels like I'm just describing the map and the territory and the ways in which they align and how that alignment allows us to intervene in reality. If you just dispense with that entirely, I think all you're left with is saying, well, it's true, and not having any ability to say anything other than that. And that just feels really unsatisfactory. Like, well, by true, we mean that there's these things going on that correspond in certain ways with what the theory says, right? True is not a magic word. I'm not really concerned about that word.
I think it's in some sense. I think in some sense, I feel like the word. I agree, sort of to a degree, that the map got better. The problem is that I think that this idea of map and territory, we've got to be really careful about reifying map to a thing, whereas on my view, what the map is like a set of behaviors. Okay, so set of behavior which are these dispositions to talk about the world in certain ways, which are connected to these behaviors around the practices of how we practice medicine and do biology and so forth, right? Those discourses are linked to these various practices. But on my view, that map is essentially these skills, like the capacity to talk about things in a particular way, and before it's connected then to success in the world, right? Not dying of the diseases when the discourse doesn't lead to that we've kind of cultivated. And so the only bit I'm resisting against is the idea that this the map is purely kind of this mentally representational or something. But I don't think it's completely inconsistent with the more behaviorist style view.
No, but I agree with that, except that I don't think that you can eliminate any kind of representational theoretical aspect to the germ theory of disease, because the germ theory of disease is associated with, let's say, medical practices. But I don't think it's reducible to simply some kind of highly reductive description of the behaviors that are performed in, I don't know, extracting penicillin and then refining it and delivering it. That just sort of seems to be missing the entire thrust of what the germ theory was. It wasn't a descriptive, because actually people have known for a long time that extracts from certain plants can help with a certain condition, but they had no theoretical apparatus to understand what's happening there. Sure. And that theory, like the content of the scientific theory itself, is extremely important. And I think that needs to. I don't know how you really cash that out purely in behaviorist terms.
No, I agree.
Obviously, there's behaviors related to it.
Yeah, but I think that talk of constructing theories, of having reasoned discourse about them in a particular kind of way, those are further linguistic skills that had to be cultivated, right? In the particular context of universities and whatever, like that, you can talk about social and economic causes that sort of enabled that to take place. The point being that it's a linguistic skill still to be able to do that kind of thing, right?
I mean,
and then that ties into the practices. And so that's how the more behaviorist view can account for that thing taking place, because then that type of reasoned discourse is a skill that's acquired, that takes place and leads to, and then it feeds back into these other practices and ways of doing things, right? So it just isn't like this pure thing.
Yeah, I think that the issue here is, I mean, I don't claim to be an expert on exactly what behaviorists say and how they think about things. It's not a very common view, certainly. Well, I don't think you can be a behaviorist and a cognitive scientist, kind of almost by definition. But anyway, putting that aside, that was random. What was I saying? I've completely lost track.
You were saying behaviorism.
Behaviorism. So the issue is, part of the issue is, kind of by definition, anything that humans do is a behavior. So whenever I appeal to anything that humans do, you say, well, yeah, there's behaviors. But the point is not to say that say a representational view or a cognitive view somehow eliminates the behaviors or something. I mean, the behaviors are there. I think that the issue is, how do we make sense of or account for the behaviors? And do we need to postulate anything that in some sense is beyond an observable behavior in order to make sense of it, or to account for it, or to understand it, or to provide the causes for it, whichever of those things. And I think the answer is absolutely yes. We cannot simply list observable behaviors and combine them, and that can be the entirety of our theory about these sorts of things.
So I get what you're saying, right? And I think that basically the answer to that would be yes, in a scientific sense, right? Because then we can actually ask these sort of well-defined questions that have answers, but that almost no in the philosophical sense, because then we sort of construct these theories that actually don't tell us much or contain occult hidden entities that can't do anything more. They can't do anything either. They can't do anything more than the behaviorist is doing in merely describing the phenomena as it is, or if they try to, they generate these bizarre, absurd counterexamples, and then we get philosophical disagreement between theories where it's like, well, the entailment of this is da 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 da.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe that's a bit of a segue to talk about the status of philosophy, because that seems to be a bit of a crux here of disagreement, because I haven't really made any clear distinctions between whether I'm making a philosophical or a scientific point or thesis. And one of the reasons for that is because I don't see a very useful or clear distinction between those two. I think of philosophy and science as essentially continuous with each other. Of course, we can identify.
Would you say there's a difference basically between what you're doing here, though, and say if you listen to Philip Goff on Capturing Christianity talk about panpsychism or something?
Yes, I mean, I don't want to make too strong claim about him specifically, but the gist, yes. And partly that's because I think about philosophy in a very sort of naturalistic way, and in a very maybe analytic and naturalistic and science-friendly way. And so there is a lot of philosophy which doesn't take those approaches at all and thinks about things in a very different way, very kind of abstract, reified way, which I invoking things like propositions and such. And I often find that frustrating and not very informative. And I think that we're probably going to see a lot of agreement on that side of things. But I don't. One thing that I resist is critiquing philosophy as such, because I mean, I don't even know that it's a very well-defined target.
Sure.
And I don't know what the distinction is between theoretical physics or theoretical biology or theoretical anything and the philosophy of that subject, that they seem to pretty much merge in a continuum with each other. So I don't find it helpful to critique. Now, maybe if by philosophy we simply mean behaviors of people who are employed by philosophy departments.
I was actually about to
Maybe.
say something like that. I was about to say, when I talk about philosophy, what I really mean is a set of discourses that people would kind of self-identify as being philosophy. So that is going to predominantly be taking place in academic philosophy departments, right? Also across journals and things. And then I suppose a slight outcropping would maybe be some of the sort of conversations that we participate in online and things like that, maybe blog posts and things, which people also consider to be philosophy.
I think that there's a lot of, nonsense is a strong word, but there's a lot of nonsense or poorly articulated ideas or just real lack of clarity, things like that I dislike. There's a lot of that happens in academic philosophy and journals. That's certainly true. I do think there's also a lot of useful work in philosophy. Now, if you ask me, well, what are the proportions? I'd say the proportion of useful work is quite small, probably in the single digits of percentages if you just looked at like papers or something, but I don't have a clear sense of that. However, if you ask me the same question about other other disciplines, other academic disciplines, I would say that the proportion of useful work there is also quite low. It's maybe a bit higher, but I don't know that it's an order of magnitude higher. So I guess the way I would characterize this is really not a critique of philosophy as such. I would say that in order to make useful progress in answering certain questions, we should follow these certain broad practices. And often people don't follow those practices, or they follow them poorly. And that leads us to essentially wasting time and doing poor research and things. And that happens a lot in academic philosophy, in my opinion, but it also happens a lot in other disciplines, in my opinion. Now, it's true that what that looks like is going to be different in some ways, but I don't know that when we engage in philosophy bashing that is really getting at the heart of the issue, in my opinion.
Yeah, so it's sort of like tell me if you dislike this characterization. Like it's kind of like a baby in bathwater situation, right? Where you are saying still, you'd agree with me that the vast majority of philosophy is perhaps confused, or the kind of standards of success are too low. That there are a lot of things that aren't truth conducive that take place in philosophy. But you're saying that there's a small part of it that is actually quite good and useful and valuable.
Yeah.
And then, so I guess where we differ, right, is that when I criticize philosophy, maybe I'm being sloppy in doing this, right? I'm saying like philosophy is bad because, and I'm referring to those like 90+% of cases.
Philosophy is bad by definition. By definition, the philosophy is the bad bits of it.
So maybe I'm being sort of careless, right, in saying that, because I'm leading to a picture that thinks that I'm painting a picture where philosophy can't ever be anything better than that. I guess it's just because I see that stuff as being so common and so sort of widespread, and almost philosophers as being so unreflective as well about all of these sorts of problems, that I will maybe quite carelessly just talk about philosophy as being that. And I wouldn't actually end up disagreeing with you that there's this like proportion of people who are carefully considered, empirically informed, very intellectually honest, care about disconfirming evidence and all that, and have things to say that I find valuable and interesting and want to learn about. I think it's the fact that I've become so disillusioned with the vast majority of the subject, or I see these patterns of discourse that are essentially, it's like a debate, almost like a debate between Star Trek fans who disagree on different ways of resolving plot holes in the seasons, right? Or something like that, rather than or like literature where people disagree on different interpretations of Pride and Prejudice or something, rather than this kind of like truth convergent, truth seeking, and increasing our ability as people to do things in the world, whether that be politically, ethically, and socially, or scientifically. It doesn't just have to be scientifically that I think philosophy can play a role, but the proportion of stuff that's actually doing that and making doing stuff for humans is very, very small compared to the amount that's about, I'm smarter than you, I've written this book, tell me I'm intelligent, and I'm just going to debate about nothing for hours on end, which I think is I mean, okay, maybe I should do a survey or something, right? Characterizing these problems, but at least at face value, I think it's like at least about 90%.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really disagree with any of that. One thing that I would add is that I am cautious about rejecting different ways of approaching philosophy, which are, well, I shouldn't say rejecting. I'm not cautious about rejecting them, but I'm cautious about doing that with too much confidence. So, like, let's take someone like Derek Parfit, for example, who I think is some kind of ethical non-naturalist. Yeah, that he is.
Sure.
And the way, because I was reading about this and trying to wrap my head around about how people from that persuasion sort of understand things, and it seems like, I don't know that I'll do a good job of explaining this, but it seems when I talk about things being true or understanding something or whatever, I have this idea that we're in here, sort of loosely speaking, in our minds, and then there's some kind of world, and we're trying to build up our maps of that world, like something very loosely like that, right? And when we say something's true, there's some kind of correspondence notion there without trying to put too much structure on that. But the point is, when people like Parfit talk about truth, as far as I can tell, they understand something being true simply if we would. So a proposition is true if we would assert that proposition in our in our best what am I trying to say? If our best theories would affirm that proposition, essentially, and so then they'll make arguments along the lines of like, well, I don't know, is it wrong to torture children for fun? And then they'll say like, well, reflecting about all of my reasons for thinking that it is versus it isn't, and so forth, on balance, I think that it is wrong. And because my best theory, and so that's my best theory, it entails that belief, among others. And then so that therefore it's true because it's sort of affirmed by our best theories. And I'm going to want to ask a question like, well, what is it about reality that makes that statement true? Because to me, that's what I'm sort of thinking about. But for them, there's no sense of what is it about reality about anything. It's affirmed by our best theory, right? So they believe in things like, abstract objects and mathematics and things, because again, 2 + 2 = 4 is a statement that's affirmed by our best theories. And so that's going to be true. And sort of all there is to say about it. So now, I don't know that I've fully understood that exactly, but that's the best sense I've been able to get out of it. I just find that really bizarre. It seems like that's sort of missing an important thing, is it like sort of grounds everything on whether we'd be inclined to assert things or not. And that doesn't seem quite right. That's maybe a part of it, but I feel like that's not the question I'm asking, at least. But anyway, I don't want to necessarily get into a long debate about that, partly because I don't know that I understand it well enough. All I'm doing is raising that as an example of, and I think that this is actually quite a common approach in philosophy, is to take something like that approach, which is maybe like you might call a non-naturalist, but not non-naturalist in the sense of theistic, non-naturalist in the sense of like allowing abstract objects and other things like this, that differs from my more reductive naturalist leanings. And I find that very hard to understand. I don't even know if we're asking the same questions or why we're asking different questions or something. But so although I reject that approach, I do so with some discomfort, because I don't know that, like, I can't prove that I've got it right. I can offer some arguments, but recognizing that other people have thought about this as well. So I'm kind of I'm not very comfortable with that. Just as I'm not super comfortable about rejecting, theism and things like that, because again, lots of smart people have thought about this and they answer questions in different ways. So although I do think that there's a lot of bad work in philosophy, I recognize that not all, but some of the reason I think of that work is bad is because they seem to be following frameworks that are extremely different from mine, and like very underlying methodological approaches that are different to mine. And I'm not entirely sure that I'm not wrong about that.
No, I don't think that you're completely wrong about that at all. I think you're probably mostly right in what you said. So there's a lot of things that I take to be issues with philosophy, right? But I think one of the most sort of persistent issues is going to be this idea of sort of, I don't even want to say constructing empirically adequate theories, but essentially theories of things that both account for anything, and there's absolutely no way of distinguishing between the two theories. So then you just end up in an intractable disagreement between the two. There just is no way of resolving it, even in principle. But then it even becomes, almost in a verificationist type sense, unclear what is the difference between the two theories. because often the types of things that are disagreed about are these kind of mysterious, strange entities that are used to kind of like ground things within the theories. And one theory is going to have one type of strange entity, another one's going to have another one. And it's not even clear how you move forward or what the difference is. And then what often happens then, the way that philosophers try to proceed forward is basically by taking the phenomena that their theories are trying to account for, which is usually some ordinary language word, like say true or something like that, or good. And then they'll kind of, it's very similar almost to a Platonic dialogue where it's like they'll proceed by cases. They'll say, well, here's an entailment of your theory. You would have to say, this being true, some sentence, is true. But you wouldn't want to say that. And then there's two options for the person: maintain consistency and bite the bullet, of this kind of like strange counterexample that seems to be an entailment, or adopt the other view. But oftentimes there isn't really a way of this, because those edge cases are often just really weird, bizarre cases that philosophers are talking about most of the time. And this is where a lot of my like criticism of it comes in, because then I think that what's really going on is essentially there's like an ordinary language word that isn't, we don't use that word in virtue of some kind of like metaphysical essence that's a part of either of these theories. We just use it. And then philosophers are seeking to construct a generalized theory that does provide a kind of metaphysical essence, producing these weird like cases and then just disagreeing about them endlessly. And there isn't like a fact of the matter to be resolved about it. That's how I view what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with about 70% of that. I think that it is a substantive question as to whether there's a fact of the matter about any particular philosophical question. And just because there is interminable disagreement and a lot of lack of clarity, that by itself doesn't mean that there's no fact of the matter. It could just mean that we haven't figured out a way to get at that fact of the matter, but it may also mean that there isn't one, right? I'm not saying either way. So I don't want to necessarily just eliminate the question by saying there's no fact of the matter. It depends on the case. But the other thing is that I'm very critical of appealing to edge case thought experiments and then using our intuitions as sort of evidence in favor or against different philosophical positions. I think that that's a bad methodology. I think that in certain cases it can be helpful. It's sort of like exploratory research. It's like it's sort of what you think of philosophy as doing. I think of it as trying to give a theory of, I think that a lot of what philosophy is, or at least good philosophy is trying to do, is take these sort of everyday common sense notions that we haven't sort of formalized yet in science, and trying to unpack them and figure out how we use them and figure out different cases and then try to map them towards scientific theories. That's what I think of it as doing, right? Or at least
I would agree with that as well, right? I think of good philosophy as like a proto-science or something, right? It's like this sort of...
Yes. Yeah. I think that that's a helpful way to think about it, yes. And so the thing is that exploring how we think about the terms, words, and how we would be inclined to use them, it can be useful, right? I mean, that's not really that different from what's done in like theoretical physics or theoretical biology and things, that where people like Darwin or Einstein took these ideas and sort of played with them and thought about them and then tried to formalize them and made theories and so forth. I think that's fine. But where I think that it goes too far is in debating about the details of thought experiments that take those concepts outside of normal usage, and then using intuitions about those as some kind of definitive or fairly strong evidence. I think that that's wrong. So like, take one like the trolley problem. I actually think that the trolley problem is fairly good as far as thought experiments go, because at least it helps you to think about your own commitments, right? But I don't know that where we come out on the trolley problem is itself evidence for or against anything. It just helps us to understand what we think about things. So, and other thought experiments I think are less useful even than that, because it's not clear what they even help us to think about. I think probably the one that the Sleeping Beauty paradox is probably an example of one that that and Newcomen's problem are two that I've not been able to figure out what the point of them is, but we don't need to get into that here. So that's an example I think is just not helpful philosophy. But so, yeah, thought experiments can have their place, but I am very skeptical about the focus on that as a methodology.
But what do you think of the point they raised about, so often if you sort of watch what's happening in these kind of disagreements, right, it'll boil down to one of these particular kind of counterintuitive cases, and saying about that counterintuitive, saying, but in that case, you wouldn't say X was good. And then perhaps maybe something we can infer from seeing this happen time and time again is that actually what's happening is basically just linguistic disagreement about conditions of use in weird edge cases. Or do you think that that's not a good reason sort of in favor of my sort of view, that actually all there is to it is ordinary language rather than sort of like rich theories?
Well, I definitely reject that all there is to it is ordinary language, because I think that what philosophy as proto-science should be doing is trying to construct a theoretical language that in some sense transcends ordinary language. So we have theoretical languages in all of the sciences that that have certain ways of talking about things and certain frameworks, and that they don't always agree with sort of the naive way of talking about it. Like there's folk physics, which differs from like actual physics, folk biology, folk psychology, and so forth. And I think that what philosophy should be trying to do is basically do the same thing. Like there might be folk ethics, and we want to have a theory of like, quote unquote, the true ethics. Of course, maybe there is no such thing, but at least that's what I think of as what we're trying to see, whether we can figure out what that account looks like. And so I don't think it's just a matter of ordinary usage, because I think that the question that I think of myself as trying to answer is like, is there any structure about what we think of ourselves as talking about that can be used that we're sort of getting at, or can be used to guide our discourse?
So I think there's something here that we do that I think there is a way of thinking about it here where we're differing, right? And I don't know quite how to get to it, but it's something like, I don't want to say it's an assumption, because like maybe it isn't, but it's kind of like this idea that maybe reality comes with labels or something, rather than us applying the labels to reality. So maybe you sort of understand from that where I'm going. The idea being that there are a lot of different discourses or ways of talking about things, ways of having words that would have conditions of use, but that would have the same sort of power as our best current theories, right? And the way that you're thinking of things could be taken to be, no, actually there is some like thing there that we're labeling as such, and we just need to kind of get clearer on what that is. Whereas I think that my view is saying, well, actually it's just this thing that's been pragmatically useful for people through our history, and language has kind of evolved. And in some sense, it's not arbitrary in the sense that anything goes, right? If you try and do anything, then maybe you'll die, or like so there are certain forms of linguistic practice that aren't consistent with having certain amounts of like causal efficacy in the world, or surviving as a human or whatever. But there's actually quite a lot of malleability in what you use. There's not like a privileged labeling of reality or something like that.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that reality does have labels. I actually reject. I'm not a fan of the idea of natural kinds. And that's actually quite a popular. Natural kinds are quite popular. I think that they're quite popular since I've gotten in like science-friendly kind of metaphysics. So a natural kind is supposed to be, well, the phrase is carving nature at its joints, right? So I don't know. Well, I don't know that
it's kind of like, it's like a natural essence. It's kind of like a natural Aristotelian essence, right? Rather than
so it's like a chemical element or something that is sort of a natural carving up of reality is into some aspect of reality. I reject that. I don't think there is sort of like one right way of describing reality, but I think there are. The way I would describe it is, if we think about maps and mental maps, there are certain constraints on the way that, I guess
the way that the map aligns to the territory is what.
Well, so there are many ways that maps can not align with the territory or be sort of wrong, and then there are many ways that maps can be good, like can align with the territory better or worse, and many of those aspects are going to be sort of contextual or historically dependent in some ways. Like an example I'd like to give is the periodic table of elements. Now that characterizes elements on the basis of atomic number, but there are many other ways you could characterize different chemical substances on the basis of all sorts of other numbers, like the spin of the nucleus and other things like that. Now, many of those would not be as good for the purposes of understanding chemistry, because it's atomic number that's relevant for the number of electrons that it typically has, which is relevant for chemical behaviors, which is relevant for understanding a lot of what happens on Earth. So there's a clear justification there about why you would sort of do it that way. And of course, there's lots of wrong things that you could do. You could say that gold has an atomic number of 30, which is wrong. Like, so that's just flat out incorrect. So there's lots of wrong ways that maps can be, for a start, and we want to rule out those. But also there's many ways that maps could be that just sort of aren't as useful for answering questions. And by useful, I don't mean like that it will make me money or something like that. I mean useful in a intellectual sense of like understanding. The periodic table is better for that than if you did a similar one using, I don't know, like nuclear spin or something, which is generally just not going to be as helpful. So I don't see the process of like scientific or philosophical reasoning as trying to find like the right labels for things. I see it as like trying to bring our conceptual apparatus, in some sense, like kicking and screaming, into a way that's going to be more useful for making sense of the world.
And I think we're very close in that regard. The thing that I'm not sure of, right, is in this idea of the map in the territory, what that correspondence is. And I think that that account of the correspondence is going to end up being kind of cashed out in terms of something like behaviors and pragmatic success. And maybe that's just where I'm putting the emphasis. But so maybe there's sort of like, actually, maybe these views are quite close in some ways. And I just need to do some thinking about the kind of mental representation side of things and what I think might be going on when people are reasoning.
I tend to talk about functions rather than behaviors, right? So I mean, this is essentially the functional theory of mind, which is, I think, the leading candidate, right? So if you ask me, like, how do we cash out the London is a proper noun, so that's slightly more difficult there. But if you ask me, like, I don't know, a tree or a chest of drawers or something like that, yeah. If we just pick common nouns, right? And if you ask me, like, well, how do we cash out the idea that like refers to something, or like what's the correspondence there? So a way that I would answer that question is in terms of function. So I say something like, there's a whole host of functions that this concept performs in my cognitive apparatus. And I can describe the function in terms of all sorts of ways, like inferences that I might be inclined to make, or connections between ideas, or memories that it's associated with. Like, I can describe this at different levels of abstraction as well. I can describe it at a psychological level. Ultimately, I think I could describe it at a neurological level, although that's going to be very difficult to do because we don't have all that knowledge at the moment. But so functions is kind of like not just what it does, but what it can do. And that's one distinction that I think it differs from behaviorism, is that a function is defined in terms of the workings of something, not just listing past performances. The other thing, though, is in terms of like cognitive functions, that's not a behavior in any ordinary sense that I can observe and see. It's an internal, in a sense, you could call it like an internal behavior if you wanted to, I suppose. But I would call it a cognitive function. And so I think that the map and the territory thing, ultimately, this is sort of my theory of intentionality. It's a functional role theory. Like we talk about the functions of these different concepts, and still in some sense, right? But it's the functions that need to sort of correspond in the right way to the functions of the things in the real world.
No, I get that. That makes sense. And then I think there's a question here then about, you know, how you sort of make sure then that the representation involved in that's playing a functional role is in fact the correct representation, right? Rather than some other couldn't any representation play that role? And if not, sort of why not? As long as could you
right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think that this is, so the idea is that that representations are equivalent if they perform the same functional role in a particular cognitive system. We don't have a very good theory about functional role. And like, that's sort of what my research is about, right? Like, that's what I take it to be. So I'm not saying that the status of the science is fairly primitive here, but I think that it's enough to at least
investigate.
It's enough for philosophical purposes. You see what I mean? But yeah, it's enough to investigate. But
still a better theory than God.
Well, I think a better theory than a number of other things. But the point is that I think that if a different cognitive architecture So think of that. That could be like a species with a very different brain, or an artificial intelligence of some sort. It could have a different instantiation of a concept that nevertheless performed the same functional role, or close enough a functional role. It's not going to be identical, I suppose. If that's the case, I would say that it has the same concept. And that's essentially what an answer to an earlier question is about, like, well, how, like, in virtual what do two people have the same concept? When they have the same representation that, or close enough that performs close enough a functional role.
But is it possible to have a representation that's performs the same functional role, but what it's like to think of that representation is just super, super different, you know, like...
So do you mean like an internal experience?
Yeah, like the internal sort of experience of that representation. Yeah, it is like incredibly different. So like, you know, it's like hearing, I don't know, like thinking of London is like hearing a clarinet or something for me, but somehow that performs the exact same functional role, right? Is that
well, I don't think it can be exact because that itself is a function, but I see what your point. Maybe in most senses, in most respects, it's the same, other than when you start to think about what it feels like. I think I'm still thinking about this, but I think the answer is yes. But to me, that this is going to depend on your theory of phenomenal consciousness. There are two main contenders in the naturalist space: the higher order theory and the representational theory. And in my view, these are not actually competitors. They just sort of describe different aspects of it, although they're sometimes thought of as competitors. But so the higher order view might help us here, right? So suppose you have a concept of chairs. But remember, that concept is a mental representation that has a bunch of functional roles. And for the most part, you don't even really think about it, right? And you're not even conscious of most of the aspects. Like if I asked you to describe me your concept of chairs, you actually probably wouldn't be able to do a good job. You could say certain things, but a lot of it's just going to not be accessible to you. Anyway, so the point is that the experience you have of thinking about chairs does not exhaust the actual representation. Now, according to the higher order thought theory of like phenomenal consciousness, an experience comes to your conscious awareness when you have a higher order thought about that experience, or let's say a thought, just to make it simple. So there's a thought like about chairs, and then there's a thought about the thought. Well, let's just put that aside for the moment to try not. But yeah, you can think of a thought as a particular pattern of distributed activity of neurons, if that helps. But I don't know why that would help. But anyway,
yeah. Or a movement in the soul.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you like, yeah, sure. But anyway, the point is, according to the higher order theory, there's like the object level thought about chairs, and then there's the thought about the thought. And it's a little counterintuitive because that higher order thought itself is not conscious, because you're not conscious of the higher order thought, because that would require like a third order thought. The point is that the higher order thought kind of exists, and then that thought is about the chairs, right? So that's what makes the difference between being conscious of something and not. Most of the time you just have like thoughts that sort of whiz around and you're not really conscious of them. But then sometimes you have, and I would sort of cash this out in terms of like being directing your attention to something, which is what directing your attention to it could be thought of as a higher level of processing of that thought, which then brings it to conscious awareness because of that manner of processing. So to answer your question, I think that it's plausible to say that the object level representation could, in most ways, have the same functional role. But if the way in which it's integrated into by a higher order thought is sufficiently different, perhaps because your cognitive architecture is different, then the qualitative experience could be different. At least theoretically, that seems to make sense to me.
Could there be no experience whatsoever? And so essentially, you've just got the functions that execute the same way, producing the same outputs, but no sort of representational, experienced representation.
Like no higher order thoughts under that account.
Would that is that sort of possible at all on this view? So for example, like essentially like kind of like a P zombie type person.
Well, this wouldn't be a P zombie because
it wouldn't be exactly the same, right?
A copy of us without higher order thoughts wouldn't be an exact physical duplicate, right? So
I just mean going in that sort of like going in that sort of direction.
Well, that's very hard to say. The only way that I can think about that is think about perhaps people with certain types of mental disabilities or animals. But it's also plausible that they also have higher order thoughts, maybe not quite the same richness or whatever. But so I think I'm probably going to say it's probably not possible, just because I think that if you think that those higher order thoughts that executive function, the attention, whatever exactly is. I'm not claiming we know exactly what that is, but if that serves an important like biological or cognitive function, then lacking that is probably going to be behaviorally fairly obvious. That's my intuition. But perhaps you could design an artificial system that lacked that and still performed behaviors other ways. I mean, an example could, I don't know, maybe there's limitations that kind of require that in the architecture in some ways, but like ChatGPT is an example of a system that from my point of view has no language understanding, but still produces very sort of convincing and generally correct language. So I don't make claims about what can be performed behaviorally. But I would say that you can't have an exact physical duplicate without also having the experience, because the experience is caused by the physical. But perhaps you can have many of the same like gross behavioral outputs without having any internal representation like that.
What I'm trying to get at with that question, I think, is on this view, what functional role does a particular representation play, right? It seems like, because it seems like you can have like different representations that play the same functional role or no representation at all, right? So then I
think something needs to fill the role.
Okay, something.
I don't know that you could have nothing.
Okay.
But there may be many different ways of instantiating that functional role. So hypothetically, humans do it through, I think, like networks of neurons. Maybe an artificial intelligence could do it with like silicon circuits. Maybe there's aliens that do it in a very different way. Not only at the level of instantiation, but also at the level of like, I talk about cognitive architecture. What I mean by that is like how the different cognitive faculties work together. So like memory, decision-making, problem-solving, sensation. There's a certain way that those fit together and integrated in humans. And that's very different in, ChatGPT, for example. And it could be very different in, other alien species. So it's plausible to me that species like that could have representations that perform similar functional roles, like to our idea of a chair, but they could even theoretically not be conscious of those if they don't have that kind of higher order thing, there could be other factors that mean that it feels different for them to be in those states.
So I think that's possible. You know the criticism of behaviorism you had, where it was like, I don't even know if my view should be characterized as behaviorism. I'll think about it and maybe come up with a better. But whatever the hell.
Neo-behaviorism.
Yeah, whatever neo-behaviorism. The kind of idea that you're almost not saying anything more than like, well, what the word means is however we use the word or something like that, right? Is there a sort of similar, when you ask, well, what does, I don't know, London mean, right? And it's like, well, whatever fulfilled the functional role of London. So, there's a similar sort of circularity to it, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, that is not an actual account, right? That's a label that I give to characterize how I think about it. But I think that in order for that to be a satisfactory scientific philosophical theory, we need to be able to unpack what functional role looks like. But I don't know that there's going to be, like, I sketched some aspects of it there. It's going to involve things like, connection to memories and sensory perceptions and like associations and connotations, inferences that we would draw, how we kind of utilize that cognitively. That's still all quite loose and vague, but that's because I think that we're kind of limited at our level of scientific progress yet. And the claim is that my claim is that this is an active area of research. And I think that it's a fruitful area of research to try to unpack these in more detail. And that's particularly what I work on. So I guess that's my bias. But yeah, I would say that, yes, of course. But yeah. So what I want to say is that appealing to the functional role itself, like just as sort of a label or saying that's not the account. It's sort of like the sketch of the account or the labeling of the account. But the idea is that there's actually principles there that can be unpacked. And so in principle, you could actually articulate, well, here are all the functional roles associated with this or that are fulfilled by this particular concept. And this is how they're instantiated in a particular like neural structure. And that's kind of like the meaning of this term.
Do you think a behaviorist could respond in a similar sort of way? So obviously their account would be different, right? But it would be to say, well, yeah, that's kind of like a sketch of the account or whatever. But, here's what I actually mean by that. And here's like a series of reductions of the relevant, like social, like, okay, it's going to be slightly different because instead of like looking for the meaning and reducing it to some brain state or whatever, maybe there's going to also be like a reduction of social phenomena or something that go into the conditions of use, which are between, socially and between people. But
Yeah, I think
similar
partly this
line.
relates to what is, yeah, because the notion of functional role is not precisely defined, but that's sort of part of the program. It's gonna. I think it might be similar in terms of what's allowed to be appealed to as a behavior. From my point of view, the real limitation is if we take behavior to be, as at least the classical behaviorists understood it, to be something that is like a performance of the organism that is externally like verifiable and viewable, something like that. And especially if we take it to be an actual performance.
Yeah, I think I'm
that those
using behavior
constrain
in a
you a lot.
slightly different sense for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that defining behavior as that is definitely going to put some constraints on things that I'm being more loose with the use of the term behavior. Like I'm meaning a lot of like just publicly verifiable things that are happening, I suppose, rather than like just a performance by an organism or something.
Yeah, I still think that only appealing to things that are publicly verifiable is a limitation. I see that as, I mean, because I just think there's a lot of things that happen inside someone's cranium that are not publicly verifiable, but are highly important to understand, that are highly important for causing outcomes and that need to be appealed to for a proper
So when you
account.
say that, sorry, just to make sure I've understood that, you mean something other than like synapse firings, right? Because like that, you would say those are publicly verifiable. Like you can look in an fMRI machine or whatever, but inject some chemical dye.
Well, actually, that itself is interesting, right? Because so my view is that most things that exist are at least in principle publicly verifiable. Now, it might be impractical, but at the time in the 1930s when behaviorism was strong, none of these things. Well, when was EEG invented? But let's say before, I think that was later. There was a time when literally no brain activity was measurable in any way, right? Sure. Certainly not in people. And so our ability to measure that has advanced. But also, I mean, there's still a huge gap between levels of theorizing at like folk psychology or whatever and what we can measure. So there's still a big gap there. But, theoretically in 100, 200 years or however long it's going to take, maybe we can actually measure all this stuff. And in that case, so the point is, I don't think that it's actually important whether something is publicly verifiable. That was actually what I was getting to. And so just because something is not publicly observable or measurable, to me, doesn't figure into whether it can count as part of our theory. And so that's why I don't know what exactly is allowed to be appealed to by someone who's a behaviorist. And I think that's more a term that I've appealed to you, but I do think that you appeal to behaviors a lot. So
sure,
maybe not totally unfair. But the other thing is that I'm not sure why that's considered important, that it be something that's sort of observable at a gross organismal level or at a social level, and that's something that's observable at all. Because to me, those just aren't the right levels to understand a lot of human like cognitive or intellectual behavior, because a lot of that happens at a level that's not readily observable inside the brain.
Well, this is where this is where I think maybe I've misunderstood something in what you said, though, because I think according to you, everything that is happening is at least in principle publicly verifiable. You just need to know the correct reductions, right? So there is like a way of describing everything that's happening in terms of like space stuff happening in space-time. There's not like a hidden mental world or something, right?
Yes,
even though there is a hidden mental world in a sense, but it's not. If you know the relevant reductions, then you actually have a complete physical description of what's happening.
I wouldn't quite say that because I think to say that the relevant reductions would give us a complete physical description is itself a theory about, I guess, language, right, or our conceptual capabilities. So I think it's quite possible that there is no, I mean, it depends what you mean by complete, I suppose. It's possible that there is no complete physical reduction that gives us a complete theory, because a theory is a psychological construct, right? We might just not have the ability to conceptualize of that in a complete way. If by complete we mean like...
Okay, I understand.
But what I think is that there is a complete reduction in an ontological sense, so that all that's happening is, particles hitting each other.
Ontologically reducible, but not necessarily... So you're not necessarily going to find one-to-one mappings between sentences of one theory to sentences of another theory, right?
Yes, exactly. And that's actually, that's one of the reasons I reject eliminativist views, because I think that I think that we need the theories precisely because we can't reduce very high order theories in a kind of one-to-one way to lower order theories. So we need to keep the higher order theories for us to understand things. But it doesn't mean that we need to think that there's some occult realm that those higher order theories refer to. It's just a way of talking, in a sense, in a looser way about the lower order stuff. A looser but sort of contextually relevant way. Like I might sort of say there's 95 sheep in that paddock. but that's maybe too coarse. I could just say, oh, there's a lot of sheep. Like that might actually be more useful than if I said 95, because you might be thinking 95, what's the significance of that? Whereas actually there's no significance to it. That's maybe not a very good example, but like the point is we use language at the right level of precision for the job. And I think that that's a large part of what we're doing in scientific theories. If I were to try to explain the all of the states of the protein complexes in my brain as a way of articulating what I'm thinking about, that's just never, like, our brains can't fit all that in there. So that's never going to work, right? We need
but are you saying
theorize.
Are you saying that is what's happening though? Then at some so even though that would be completely impractical, like, are you saying that when I say like pass me the salt or something, I don't know, like actually what I'm saying is sodium chloride at geospatial position, you know, like some crazy physical description?
Well, I would say that what makes your statement true is some crazy physical state.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's not the content of it. That's not the content of
yeah, that's right.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that's why I tried to ask it as a question rather than say like this is what you're saying, because I wasn't.
No, that's absolutely fair. Yeah, I think there's a difference between what makes a statement true and what the content of the statement is, which I don't think that's a too radical view. But yeah, so but because a lot of the times we don't know what makes our statements true or false, or whether there is anything, right? And we can still, I think, talk about them meaningfully. But yeah, so most of the time, what actually makes it true is going to be a very complex physical state that we have no real ability to access in any direct way. And our brains may not be large enough to actually comprehend in a full way.
Think for yourself.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
Do you want to move on to any of the AI stuff more?
Yeah, well, I think so. That was the introduction. Now that we've clarified that, I think that was sort of helpful. I think I kind of understand that
where I'm coming from a bit more, or
where you're coming from a bit more. And I don't know that we're super far apart. You're definitely more keen to eliminate some of the sort of spookier side of these sort of theories, perhaps than I am for various reasons, and so appealed, and the sort of behavioral reductions appeal.
I'm also willing to say maybe I've jumped the gun a bit, right, on some of those things. And
that's fair. I'm just sort of trying to articulate where the difference lies. I'm less ready to do that, and I have more reservations about behaviors per se as the right way to reduce things, and maybe, at the margin, somewhat less of a negative or hostile attitude towards traditional philosophy, though I think that the difference there is one of degree rather than a fundamental kind.
And I think with
probably that's because I didn't do a philosophy degree. That was your mistake.
maybe with the behaviors thing, and I should like reflect on that more. And maybe, like, I think in terms of the way that you're talking about function, maybe that would be a better word for me to use. And I just need to think about.
That's what the cool kids are saying these days.
But the problem is that then that there are a lot of people who do talk about function in a sort of way that I don't think of function, right? And then, so I want to kind of, I guess I want to distinguish myself from that rather than have people think of it and then start telling me about like multiple realizability arguments and things. And you'd be like, oh, it can't be, but like.
Yeah, look, that's fair. And you need to find a language that works for you. But I think that behavior is too constraining.
But
the problem function doesn't have issues.
But this is the problem with behavior as well, is that then people start thinking, well, yeah, B.F. Skinner got debunked in the 70s, bro. But then there's the contrarian part of me that wants to be like, yeah, and I don't care. Like,
yeah, that's true. And there's some meta things there. But let's talk a bit more about AI. Otherwise, I feel like we might be accused of false advertising. Yeah. So we talked a bit about the idea that like ChatGPT, whatever, has different representations than people do, and then we can question whether it's appropriate to use.
It doesn't have any representations, I suppose.
Well, I think it does have representations. Like, that's sort of what I study, but they're not representations they're very crude and sense. Well, no, I wouldn't call them mental, right?
Yeah, that's that's what I mean. I mean mental representation, maybe.
Yeah, okay,
not there's no encoding of information.
Yeah, I mean, the notion of representation is a bit problematic because people will say, well, if intentionality is just about like a correspondence between states, then you could say that a thermometer has an intentionality. Yes. And so people generally don't want to say that. So I tend to think of it as an appropriately rich notion of representation that exists in an appropriate cognitive context. So that means you have to have a bunch of cognitive faculties working together in a certain way, or capable of working together in a certain way. And you can't just isolate the one bit out of it and say, well, it understands it because you you can't just take you can't take your concept of the word chair and somehow like put it into a computer by itself, because then it would just be like, because you could imagine a silly way to do this would be like, well, let's read off the activity of all of your neurons when you think of chair and like average it or whatever, take the relevant ones. And then we somehow put that into a computer and like the computer understands what a chair is.
Yes,
that's clearly not going to work because it doesn't have the other bits that are sort of needed to make sense of that.
Yes.
Anyway, so it's like you run the code on the wrong process error. It's just going to be meaningless essentially. So,
yeah, it's like thinking if you play a 4K recording of the sea in a computer, then you've got the sea in your computer.
Yeah. So anyway, so the point is, I would say that like ChatGPT has representations of words, but in the same way that a thermometer has representations of the temperature, a more sophisticated way to be sure, but in a non-intentional way. So because it doesn't have a mind. Anyway, but so there's that aspect which I think is kind of important, because I think it shapes, well, in principle, it could shape the way people use these sorts of technologies. Because I think that there's a tendency for them to interpret them as if they are like, well, as if it's like talking to a person who's trying to answer your question as opposed to spitting out some text. I think that can change the way you think about what it's doing.
Do you not think that that's almost just very human though? So, like people do this with their cars, right? Like,
absolutely. Yeah. It's completely human. Yeah. It's a very human thing to do.
Are you saying that it's wrong in are you saying more than it's wrong in this like theoretical sense, right? Of it's just incorrect because they're relevantly disanalogous. Are you saying it's like wrong in the people shouldn't do that? Like we shouldn't, or not let like I
think there are pragmatic reasons to be, I think just as there are pragmatic reasons to exercise caution in any language use, and I think that on balance most of us are too sloppy, and more precision would generally be helpful. I think that in this particular context, it can be helpful. Let me maybe give an example of this. I don't know if this actually articulates the point or if this is a different point, but people sometimes talk about algorithmic bias, right? This idea that these large language models learn stereotypes of gender and race and other things based on their training data, and they actually tend to exaggerate those beyond even the training data. So if like 80% of nurses in the training data are women, then it will like 95% of the time associate a nurse with a female like person in that role, because it's sort of they have a tendency to sort of learn those stereotypes, associations. Yeah. Anyway, those numbers are made up, but like the phenomenon is real. But anyway, but I mean that's a real phenomenon, and I'm not saying that it isn't. But people talk about that as algorithmic bias, and I don't like that
a moral kind of like.
Well, yeah, there's a moral element to it, but even without that, I think the notion of bias presupposes some idea of what the target is. That it's biased with respect to. And you could say, well, the bias is with respect to, you could say it's the true distribution of people in occupations, or you could say it's our reflective sense of how we should use the terms or something like that. But my issue is that is perhaps how we would reflectively discuss how a person should use the term, should use like gendered labels or whatever. But it doesn't make sense to say that, from my point of view, it doesn't make sense to say that a large language model is biased, because of course, we could say it's biased relative to what we would like it to be. But the relevant difference there is, if we're thinking of bias in a kind of statistical sense, it literally does what its training data trains it to do in accordance with the algorithm. So to say that it's biased, it's not biased relative to that. Like that is literally what you get from the algorithm. The bias might occur because with respect to what we would like it to do, but then that's an issue of the algorithm or the training data that was fed into it. And so the point is, it's not that it's like, I can say you shouldn't say algorithmic bias, because you could say, well, by that I mean it's different to what we want it to. But I think that it makes you think, it encourages you to think about it in a sloppy way, where the problem isn't that the algorithm is biased from my point of view. The problem is that people attach a certain cognitive significance to the outputs of these models, and that can be harmful if that leads to offense or upset and so forth. And that's actually what the issue is. The issue is not that the algorithm was trained to do one thing and it's somehow, it's like a biased estimator or something.
I see what you mean. So people will sloppily say like the algorithm is biased, right? And then be like, oh, so this tool is actually a bad tool for doing that. But realistically, it's that the data that the algorithm executes on was a biased data set, right? So now it's not
relative to what you might have wanted it to be.
Yeah. So now it's not a good tool for doing what we want it to do.
Yes.
But actually, the algorithm's perfectly fine. Had we put better data into it, it would do what we want it to do.
Yeah, I think so. It's not that I can say explicitly you should never use algorithmic bias law terms, but I think that it does lead to perhaps a misunderstanding or encourage thinking about what's the problem in the wrong way. It's
It's like it's a racist machine, right? It's a misogynistic machine.
Well, people
right?
actually use that language, right? Which I think doesn't
Yeah.
make sense personally. And again, to what extent we can avoid this, I don't know, because it's natural to anthropomorphize things, so people will do this. But yeah, I think that it's really because I don't think that the outputs of these I don't think that ChatGPT has any communicative intent, and therefore I don't think it says anything in the way that humans can, or maybe even animals can. I think that any communicative significance we place on its outputs is brought to we bring it to that, right? Like the clouds example, like no one thinks the sky is talking to, well, some crazy people might do, but they don't place communicative significance to that. But we do to these chat models, and I think it may actually be helpful if at least we tried sometimes to not think of it in that way, to think about any significance I give to it is significance I'm placing on these terms, because then because I think then you're sort of less likely to assume, oh, ChatGPT says this, so I interpret that as true. Well, hang on. I mean, of course, people can lie as well, but there's a more fundamental point that the chat is not even saying anything from my perspective. It's producing outputs, and I think we're less likely to fall into the trap of just kind of treating it like it's a person giving us advice. Whereas no, it's a text prediction engine, and I should treat anything that comes out of it as output from a text prediction engine.
So I just asked ChatGPT, James, and it said that actually your objection there is false because you're not saying anything. You're just making noises with your face.
Well, that's true. Yes.
So would you say it's possible for a computer, as we like when I say computer, I mean like a von Neumann architecture, like laptop or something running a program, to have communicative intent. So obviously we could agree that like ChatGPT doesn't have communicative intent, and Bard or whatever else. But is it possible to write a program, or is it that you need what is it additionally that you would need if your answer is no to that?
I don't know whether it's possible to produce a machine running on a von Neumann architecture, to produce a program running on a von Neumann architecture that has communicative intent. Because for me to having communicative intent requires the right sort of cognitive architecture, essentially the right setup of things to be processed in the right way. And I can't say exactly what that is. No one can. We don't have a developed enough psychology and neuroscience. I would lean towards saying a von Neumann architecture probably is too different from the cognitive architecture that humans have. It's, the way that it separates out the program, like the stored data from the processing, is completely different to how it works in humans. And it doesn't have anything like an attention mechanism that humans seem to have. So there's a whole bunch of things that seem very different. Now, that's very loose and analogical. I can't offer that as very strong, and maybe we just haven't programmed them in the right way. Now, there's a deeper argument to that, which would be to say, well, what if we replaced each neuron one-to-one with a simple circuit? So at that level, I think the answer is yes. So it sort of depends what level you're talking about the functionality. But if we think about running a program on the von Neumann architecture the way we ordinarily think about that, as like typing, you write some code into C or whatever, and then that compiles, and then you run it. I think that it's very unlikely that anything like that could have communicative intent.
Do you think that it's anything at all to do with physical state, in the sense that, for example, if we did the thing that you said, like replace each synapse with like a silicon circuit, right?
Yeah.
And the silicon circuit might have a particular size or something like that. So then actually, instantiating a brain instantiating a silicon-based brain that had the exact same functional roles as a biological brain that uses different like chemistry and so forth, would just have like these different sort of physical properties by being a different size, different things like that, such that it actually might not have the same exact, even though at the micro level it would have the same like functional roles like synapse for synapse. At the macro level, it wouldn't have the same functional roles. Does that make sense?
I think that's possible, because essentially the way the pieces are combined together, I think, matters. I don't think it's going to just be a question of does each neuron functionally do the same thing. Of course, if you change architecture of the system enough, you're going to have to change the input outputs, like, because they're all timed so that things happen at the right timing, and
Right.
so that's
Yes.
going to. So it gets a bit abstract, but I think
So
I
it might
think
not even be possible, like physically possible.
I think the basic answer to your question is timing and size can matter. So one example of this is like the Chinese brain thought experiment, where imagine replacing all of the like neural connections with like a person who signals to like a Chinese,
specifically Chinese
China.
person. It's because they've got what?
Just because there's lots of people.
Yeah.
Yeah. But whatever. So
And
who, like
they're very
signal to
good
each
with
other in the right way
technology.
or something. Yeah. Now, so I'm not sure if you could make a brain out of that would have like intentions, because it seems to me plausible that kind of the spatiotemporal could the spatiotemporal dimensions of your system can have an effect as to how things are processed and what's sort of possible. But
Yeah,
I'm honestly not sure. I don't hold that very strongly because we just don't know enough.
No, I see what you. So it might be the case that, for example, a whole bunch of the functions are the same right there between the way that some synapses work and the Chinese people with radios or whatever. But then if you look at the way that like the radio waves propagate from one side of the system to the other, it's just physically impossible to make them propagate at the same rate that like a synapse impulse does in like a biological brain at that size.
Yeah, there's also likely to be much more noise in that system, right? That's possibly not present in the brain. So this might be a question that it could never work in practice, but in theory, perhaps it could. So it's very hard to say. Our intuitions don't go very well here.
So is there anything else about AI to talk about, really?
Well, I wanted to talk a bit about the existential risk side of things.
Okay, yeah, sure.
And here we may agree more. I'm not sure, but so I articulated this. I articulated this a bit earlier, which is the idea that basically, many people in effective altruism are worried about alignment, AI alignment, and they're worried about these machines, or when I say machines, programs. Really, they're not too worried about robotics. They're worried about these programs getting out of control and doing things that we can't anticipate, don't expect, and don't know how to control. Now, when I phrase it in that abstract way, I agree with it. I think that this is a genuine issue. But the issue, the disagreement comes into when we talk about, probability, but also the extent of the worry. So many people, at least in the effective altruism movement and some elsewhere as well, are worried about genuine existential risks from artificial intelligence. And by this, they mean threats to like humanity and civilization, maybe even extinction of the human race at the extreme, or at least like civilizational collapse or something like that. And these types of risks or worries are ones that I find a lot less plausible. They often relate to things called AI takeover scenarios, where the idea is that you have an AI system. Imagine that it's like, I think that the language these days is to talk about GPT-N, where N is some number higher than 4, right? So, it's not GPT-4, but it's some iteration of this model, maybe with some extra bells and whistles added on. And at some point, it's like developed and deployed in some way. And then it sort of gets out of control and starts accumulating resources and starts directing people to do things. There's sort of some dots in the middle that need to be filled in, but it eventually is able to take over control of enough of the like human economy or society or whatever, such that it can kind of do what it wants. And then we're under its power and we are susceptible to whatever it sort of decides to do. And this is why there's a desire to align these AIs, because the concern is that, well, eventually they're going to take over in some way or other, because they're going to be so much more intelligent than us and not going to be limited by space and time in the same ways. And therefore we want to make sure that their goals are sort of aligned to what our goals are, and they don't go off and like tile the universe with paper clips or something like this. That's the essential concern. And if I just highlight where my departure is, maybe we can talk about this. I don't find it very plausible. I don't find the takeover scenarios very plausible. That's one of the areas where I depart from many people in the AI movement. I don't think enough has been said about the nature of intelligence and how intelligence enables a system like this to take over, and what that would mean or what that would look like. And I've written some things about this that I mentioned. I might post up on the description. But so I don't find those accounts very plausible, and I think it's under theorized in this sort of AI risk area.
Yeah.
And so while I acknowledge that there's dangers from any new technology, and especially one as disruptive as this, but I'm just not convinced about the whole AI takeover side of things. So what I'm interested in is I don't know how much you've interacted with these sorts of concerns, but also what your sort of thoughts are on this, Nathan.
So yeah, the first thing to say is that I'm certainly not worried about like LLMs doing this, right? I just don't think that they're the right sort of tool to. I mean, so perhaps LLMs can replace certain tasks that have traditionally been done by people, and then maybe that raises like economic questions about what those people who are no longer employed are going to do, that when they used to do something like that, right? And there are social questions there for sure. And then there are also like maybe some political questions about when the outputs of these things are able to mimic people in certain ways. So let's say you use some audio to sound like someone, and then you like verify, like security mechanisms or something that would historically have been done by the person, but then it sounds like it's them. They get details from their kids or something by calling them up, and then they can go and pass security with the bank by using those details. Things like that are a concern, but that's more to do with just people having better techniques to essentially manipulate people or to do a job that was historically done by someone. In terms of the kind of like AI takeover doomsday scenario, I don't really give that too much credence. In terms of the type of argument that's run, which is almost, it's very similar to like a Pascal's wager type argument, really. It's like the expected utility of that is just so low that even if it's got a small probability of happening, you ought to kind of like act on that basis. And I just don't think that is I don't think people are consistent when it comes to that. I think there's as much chance of like someone with so many folds in their brain being born that just happens to turn out evil, that therefore we should really be concerned about what children are being born every day and their genetics. So, like, I think you can construct all these parody arguments that are just going to create these absurd counterexamples that we should act on. That no one's going to take seriously, that are kind of on par with the idea of AGI doing it, right? That's not to say I don't think it's important for ethics boards and things to consider the type of work that's being done, especially, because I especially think I'm concerned with the ways that companies might use some of these tools to manipulate people's lives and manipulate people into buying things and stuff like that, or even that governments might use these to manipulate people, particularly non-democratic governments, the way that they might influence voting or things like that. So for sure, like, I'm concerned about the ethics, but just not in this sort of like doomsday way. And I certainly don't think that we're currently that any of the candidate options that we have available are candidates for this kind of like AGI takeover of society type thing. In fact, my view is that at a popular level, a lot of this stuff is just way overhyped. Basically, through people's imaginations because of films, either because people are like bored and want to have something to talk about or and say, or just because it seems cool and interesting, and so people are like, oh, artificial, finally we've like made HAL or something. Like at a popular level, I honestly don't think most people are really thinking about it. I think it will change like world economies, right? Maybe it'll then change social values, because I actually even have a more optimistic take on the way that it might change the economy, in the sense that more mundane jobs that people have historically done might be able to be automated, and then we might be able to implement things like universal basic income, right, in certain countries, and allow people to focus more on what we consider now to be leisure type activities, right? That's my hope, at least, for a kind of positive direction that things could move with these systems. But yeah, in terms of like this absolute takeover scenarios, I just think they're more science fiction really than plausible. We should be taken seriously. Yeah.
It's interesting. My critique has been that these takeover scenarios are under theorized, and that there is not enough work trying to articulate what it is specifically about
yes
an AGI that is dangerous. One of the things that I've critiqued is that the notion of intelligence is used inconsistently and without enough critique. And I was just having a discussion with someone the other day about this, this seems to be the more recent line of people who have a more sort of doomer kind of view about this, which is that it's not really intelligence as such that's important, or in the sense we would understand it, but it's just like the capabilities of the systems.
Power.
Well, this is what I've said, that EAs conflate power with intelligence. And the question is, why do we think that an artificial intelligence system specifically is going to acquire such broad capabilities as they seem to think that it will, or as some of them seem to think that it will, often quite quickly? And I think that there's an assumption underpinning this, which is that intelligence allows you to achieve all sorts of things in the world, which, I mean, to a certain
Isn't
extent
necessarily
is
true.
true.
Yeah.
But yeah, the question is, how close is that correlation, right? And without getting into all of the details of the arguments, I've just not been persuaded that they've been able to make that case convincingly. And I think that it partly involves, I mean, this is my perspective, an insufficiently nuanced understanding of like history and societies and economies and things like that. It's not just like the most intelligent cabal of people wins. Like, I think most of the time, actually, that's not what happens. But anyway, so I do think that is an issue that's not been articulated very well. The other thing, though, is the takeover scenarios, and often these are fairly crudely characterized, partly because we don't really know what it's going to look like, and that's sort of fair enough. But I think it's hard to develop any of these that don't sound like something from a science fiction film. And just to be clear,
I think there is potentially even a causal link, right, between what most people are actually imagining in these scenarios and, like, popular culture of the past 100.
Well, it's interesting because typically in effective altruism, there has been a reluctance there's been a tendency to say, well, we're not talking about like Terminator or something like that. It's not going to be like killer robots coming after us. And well, yeah, it's usually not killer robots. Usually they'll talk about nanotechnology or something like that as to how the AI would kill us if it wanted to. But anyway, there's actually an article that I read on the EA forum. I don't know, this was a little while ago, which was saying like, stop saying that the AI apocalypse isn't going to be like the Terminator, like it will be like that or something.
Yeah,
like that. By which they didn't mean it would be robots, but basically that the idea is that an AI, a sufficiently capable AI, will seek power and resources. Humans get in the way of that, so they'll try to wipe us out. And they'll do that using some advanced technology that it will develop and then deploy against us before we can make countermeasures. And this has been argued by people like Nick Bostrom and who's the other guy? William McCaskill and others who've written about this recently. And I've been critical about this because I don't think these scenarios are very plausible. And I think that you need a lot more than just an artificial general intelligence to get to that sort of capacity. But anyway, so I think
this is like what I said.
Go ahead, yeah.
Is like, well, there's some non-zero like probability to that happening, right? But there's like some non-zero probability to all sorts of like really bad scenarios like that happening anyway, like just some really evil smart person being born or whatever.
Well, yeah. So one of the points here is that I think that from my point of view, they need to work on the articulating these scenarios in ways that sort of seem more plausible, at least to a lot of people, because I'm not the only one who's not found them very convincing. A lot of EAs seem to, but I think that reflects their tendency to think about technology and intelligence as the most important driving factors of what happens, where I think that they're only one of many. They're only like two of many factors that affect outcomes. But the other thing, which where was I going to go with that? Yeah. So the other thing that is related to that is that assessments of the plausibility of these different outcomes come into it as well, because I can't say that it's zero probability that any of these things happen, right? And they often won't claim that these are high probability. They'll just say, well, they're high enough for us to be concerned about. And how high is high depends on who you ask. I mean, some of them will give like 1 in 10 chances of AI killing us all in this century or something like that, which is far higher than I would give it. But I think a response that I've encountered is maybe they'll say it's 1 in 10. I'll say it's 1 in 10,000 or something like that. And they'll say, well, okay, let's suppose it is 1 in 10,000. When the risk is so great, like in terms of, I should say, the outcome is so enormous, even if the probability is small, then it's still worth taking really seriously and devoting large resources to. And where I find that problematic is that it does sound almost exactly like Pascal's wager. And the thing I push back in is that I'll say, well, what about if some version of evangelical Christianity is true, or fundamentalist Islam, or like whatever, right? Those worldviews make very substantial claims about the moral status of reality and how we should be behaving, which have very large payoffs or significant outcomes if they are true. And short of giving them like, epsilon probabilities, which I suppose you could do, but if we're to assign them really any kind of finite probabilities, it seems that this argument would run in basically the same way for us taking these very seriously. But literally no one I've ever talked to, I run this argument not infrequently. I've never found anyone who finds it the slightest bit convincing, as far as I can tell, right? Which is interesting to me because I find it kind of convincing, right? Like, not that I literally, I'm worried about the probability of evangelical Christianity, but I do take that disagreement seriously. And when it comes to like assessing really small probabilities, like, well, if I'm gonna allow that sort of argument for the AI risk, it feels like I should allow it in other cases. So it makes me kind of hesitate that I'm being kind of inconsistent here. So I'm quite reluctant to accept that sort of reasoning. Of course, I don't know that maybe I should accept it in both cases. Like, I don't even know what that would look like. But what do you think about these sorts of arguments?
Well, I think that broadly a lot of the same responses that I have to like Pascal's wager are going to kind of apply, right, in this case. And or broadly, even these sort of like epistemic possibility arguments, where people say, for all we know X, often for all we know not X is the same sort of probability. So it's like, okay, let's look at the expected utility let's actually like draw out the table, right, of what's going to happen. And so I do nothing and continue on my current course of action. I do nothing about AGI is like one action that I take, or action that I don't take, I suppose, right, as a kind of row across it. And you look at the utilities in that column where you've got like, some small probability of AI becomes super evil that has a really low utility, right? But then you've also got AI becomes really good and saves everyone, is it like a similarly small probability? And like those two are just going to sort of end up balancing each other out in the row of I do nothing, for me at least, such that I'm just not going to probably, it's like, for all we know it becomes really good, for all we know it becomes really bad. And then the actual utility in that action is going to kind of net remain about zero for me. That's at least how I'm thinking about it initially.
Yeah, so the response that they would give is that they take the default stance, the default meaning in the absence of a lot of AI safety and alignment work, the default stance is for a non-aligned, very dangerous AI. But with the right preparation work, we can increase the probability space towards a safer AI.
I guess
so they're not going to say no balance.
They're not going to. Yeah, I understand. And I guess I would just be questioning that, right? Because I think even okay, like more work could be done, but even the current state of play isn't that like just anything goes in the universities and things. That like there are still ethics boards that like approve the research that people are doing, even if they don't know a lot about it. There's like some constraints and things like so even if we don't have the best and brightest of humanity working on ways to like kill off AI in these crazy scenarios, whatever, there's at least enough constraints and people working on things to try and make them in alignment with our own value. Like even just the fact that you have funding to do a research project in a university is probably going to mean that research is to some degree in alignment with like broadly the values of the university and stuff, right?
Well, this is actually an argument that I've used before. So I've said that it's not actually in anyone's interest to develop an AI that's not at least enough aligned with what they want, because unless your interest is just like, like you're like the Joker or something.
And there's Chaos GPT or whatever, right? Like there are some people. There are some people.
That's just a meme, though. Like,
there are people who maybe would do it just for the meme or whatever. But the point is,
such a good meme.
I think the point you want to make is that those probability assessments then just aren't right? Like, because that's going to tip the scale at least in favor of the AI being good outcome over the AI being evil outcome. Even if that's still a possibility, the probability for that one should be lower because there's so much more that you need to overcome these AI ethics boards that do currently exist in the university system and the funding incentives and things like that. So you should probably be putting your probability towards AI becoming good slightly higher. And if anything, that's going to tilt the scale on the expected utility of doing nothing to be slightly positive, maybe. I mean, that's how I would think about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's various counters that I'm just sort of running through conversations I've had. There's various counters that would be made, but I think at the end of the day, it does come down to a very particular assessment about. I think that the worldview that a lot of these EAs have is that baseline human competence and institutional competence is extremely low, but the competence of groups of highly intelligent and motivated altruistic
Of
people
effective altruists.
is well, yeah, basically is very high. And so they're looking at a baseline outcome as being probably quite bad, or at least like enough bad. Even if that's 10% relative to 90%, that's still like high probability mass bad. And that can be shifted a noticeable extent by this sort of work of a fairly small number of people. I'm very skeptical about both of those claims. I think the baseline competence of humans, in some sense, is low, but probably not as low as they think.
But it's not low enough to have no effect on whether or not the outcome is going to be good or bad, right? Like it's low compared to some ideal, right, of infinite knowledge or something, but it's enough to actually affect the outcome.
Yeah, and the other thing is that I don't think the competence of the people in the EA movement who work on this is nearly as high as they like to think, particularly at least on this domain. And I think that a lot of the work is not helpful. I mean, that's a somewhat separate question as to whether we should do anything. But so the point is that I think in order to get to the position that they're at, you have to hold quite a large constellation of views about what takeoff scenarios are going to look like, how fast it's going to be, what the baseline competence or incentives are going to be at whoever develops these sorts of things, and like how much we understand about the frameworks and whether we can do useful work. Now, a whole bunch of stuff like that to get to the position where it's like the overriding most important thing to be working on currently, which is what many people in EA do think. And one of the problems that I have with that is that I don't know that there's very good evidence for that. Even if each individual view is not massively implausible, although I think there's some implausibilities to some of them, certainly when taken together, because many of them are quite about separate things, overall, it's just not a very plausible combination of views from my perspective. It's not zero probability, but then the other problem is that, but there's other views that also, like I gave the religious ones, but there's other things as well, right? Like some people are worried about ecosystem collapse to the extent, obviously ecosystems are collapsing, but there are some people who take that to the extreme of like, in 5 years, probably like humanity could go extinct because like, the entire ocean ecosystem, whatever, will collapse on like really extreme ecological collapse views and extreme global warming views. And like, there's all sorts of perspectives that have a fairly implausible combination of views, but can't be ruled out decisively, which when taken together imply that this particular course of action is of overriding importance. And, most EAs, I mean, anyone who's in a position in one of these generally doesn't have any time at all for the other sort of viewpoints, but is really convinced by their own one. And at least I like to try to take the outside view to some extent, and can't help but feel quite a bit of skepticism towards any of these sorts of positions that make such a strong claim on the basis of a combination of views that I don't find that plausible. So yeah, I do kind of worry about that. And I think that that's a perspective that not many people in EA have, like to try to look at it from the outside perspective with reference to other competing views.
I would definitely like want to almost troll people on that second point of like the sort of like I'm definitely pro EA overall, just to caveat with that. But like when I do find there's a tendency to go down this route of almost like a kind of hubris, right? Like intellectual and moral hubris. Like the fact that I'm participating in this and want to do this must mean like I'm so intelligent, I could do any of these things, and I'm so good that like my kind of moral values and goals would be the right ones or something. Like I'm going to find sort of like it's so important to humanity that I get into AI and start working on it, because that's going to really be the decision point that I just don't have a whole lot of confidence in that for most people.
Yeah, and I think that there is a real, again, I've written about this. I think there is a real risk of groupthink within EA spaces, and that there's just too much trust of the epistemic status of people in the movement and epistemic norms within the movement.
Wasn't one of the EA guys recently, what was the financial scandal thing that happened? It was like
so that was SBF's, I can't even, Sam Bankman-Fried, was involved with the can't even remember what the exchange was called now. FTX.
Silicon Valley Bank. Of FTX. Yeah, that's it. Not Silicon. It was associated later to the Silicon Valley Bank thing, right? Or is that?
I don't know if there was a direct association between those. It may have been. But anyway, yes. So actually, I wrote an article about this on the EA forum, basically saying that whole organization was very shoddily run and poorly administered. And that was a big factor behind why it went the way it did. And he also took risky bets and other things like that, which probably said more about his psychology than anything else. But the point is, without getting into too much detail, EAs, I think, are often far overestimate the importance of just intelligence and neglect other things like, important procedures in institutions and, best practice of bookkeeping and other sort of things I'd probably call sort of institutional, which I think are very important. And this, I think, it underpins their positions on certain things like AI safety and alignment, but it also manifests in like these sort of screw ups. And there's actually quite a few of them in the movement's history, which are sort of concerning. Not to say that EA is unique in that. It's just when you pride yourself as being evidence-based and highly rational, and then this has happened a number of times, it's rather concerning.
They provide some sort of inductive evidence, you might say, against the idea that EA people getting involved in this particular field is going to have this like moral and practically useful outcome.
Well, certainly to the extent that EAs like to think, and I think that EA does a lot of good work. I mean, I think of myself as an EA, and I'm involved in organizing the conference. So, but I think of myself as an internal critic because I am critical of quite a number of aspects. But I still think overall it's a really good thing.
Yeah, me too, as well. I would.
And So yeah, I want to make that clear, but I am in disagreement with a lot of EAs about how to think about the AI risk. I think it is an issue that has been neglected. I think it's actually, it's still too early to say, but it's receiving a lot more mainstream attention. When I first got involved in EA, which was 10 years ago now, even talking about AI was fringe. Like no one really talked about it. Like the very first kind of useful deep neural networks were only just starting to be talked about in academia at this time. Like AlexNet was, I think, 2012 or 2013 for people who know what that is. And none of the language models were doing anything interesting by that point. So the point is AI was still quite fringe. I guess people were talking about self-driving cars, and there was Watson, which won Jeopardy in 2011. So, we were getting some things like that, but it was really a lot of buzz stuff and not much that really impacted at a consumer level. Since then, obviously, things have changed dramatically. And now not only is AI quite mainstream, but AI safety's become quite mainstream as well. I think that's overall a good thing because I do think that there are real concerns here, including the risk of non-alignment. Like I think about AI non-alignment as likely
specific
going to be
actual cases that can be well articulated, not just
the way that I think about this, it's likely to lead to some pretty bad what I call industrial accidents, or in other contexts we would call industrial accidents. Maybe they won't be called that in this case, but existential threat levels, I don't think so. But in big industrial accidents can still cause a lot of damage and kill a lot of people. So it could still be, like it's quite imaginable that someone deploys in a sensitive sector like health or transportation an AI that isn't properly calibrated and doesn't do what they expect, and it leads to really bad outcomes.
Well,
That's absolutely possible.
I had an example of this. I was gonna. I didn't know where the conversation was going to go, so I had the link open. But like, there was a case of like using these machine learning models in COVID, and it started finding like all these weird correlations that then they would use for predictions, but actually like they weren't good for predicting COVID. And there's examples like that.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, these sort of models are very easily abused because they're very complex and hard to understand and very much garbage in, garbage out. So I expect that to happen, and some of them could possibly be quite bad, but I don't hold the right combination of views that leads me to think that this is existential risk level. So I think that it is good that it's receiving more airtime and more attention. And I think that there is helpful things that could be done, mostly at an institutional level, to try to institutionalize the right norms and incentives and things for people to act more safely and for right testing and so forth. I'm most critical of what's called technical AI safety work, which attempts to address questions like how do you fundamentally at a theoretical level, how do you align an AI agent, or how do you investigating the particular properties of deep neural networks and things like this. Some of this can be interesting from an academic point of view, but I suspect that it's going to be not very useful at all for actually aligning AI. My meta critique is that I think that it's impossible, but it depends. There's people who take different levels of. Some just say we want to make them safer and a lot better aligned, and you can't really argue with that. But there are some people who adopt a much stronger view. Eliezer Yudkowsky, for people who know who that is one of these people who basically say we need to know how to align an AI, or at least an AGI, pretty well down before we even build one. Like we have to have that problem solved, or basically solved, before we build one. Otherwise, it's almost certainly going to go terribly, terribly wrong. So that stronger view of the alignment problem, not like we need to make them, we should make them better, but like we kind of have to solve this problem first before building them. I think that's kind of silly. And I think that it's impossible to know how to safely build a technology yeah, let me rephrase that. I think it's impossible to know how to make a technology safe before knowing how to make the technology. I don't think there's ever been an example of that, because I think that in order to know how to make it safe, you need to know the principles of its operation, which would allow you to essentially build it, or at least an early version of it. So I think that the whole idea of solving AI safety, which is a strong form of what some EAs think is a bit silly, to be honest. But that doesn't mean the endeavor can't lead to useful outcomes. But I think that there are some very strong claims that are made in the movement that aren't necessarily critiqued as well. And one of the problems is that there just aren't. This is the problem. I think it's a bit less true with like evangelical Christianity, but it's still kind of a problem. And this is actually something I'd like your perspective on, Nathan, that basically there's a community of people who have a set of beliefs that are quite different to the norm. And some of them, at least, maybe many of them, are very intelligent and highly motivated. So they develop a set of claims and evidences and so forth that's very convincing to them. And then some of them look for counters, and most of the counters they find, or objections or rebuttals, aren't very good. The reason for that, so there's two possible explanations for that. One is that there are actually no good counters, and their view is probably correct. Or another alternative explanation is that no one else other than them can be bothered to go through all of the reams of evidence and claims and everything that they've made to engage with it at the level that would be satisfying to them.
Or yeah, maybe the levels that would be satisfying to them. So I think what I'd want to resist that is the notion that like that group has to be the one that's got it right. Because I think that what could happen. So I think that some of the EA type people, right, definitely are more clued up on the evidence and arguments for various positions than the general population.
Yeah.
However, I do think that there are sort of like blind spots in that, because there's almost like standards of success in the discourse or considerations that might not be taken into account in that kind of disagreement, in that kind of way of disagreeing, that are actually really valuable to like a more general audience, or that a more general population would find more convincing. And so I do think you get a kind of echo chambery type effect, not just from the reasons being exchanged, but the type of reasons that are being considered reasons, right, in those groups, just because there's a particular type of discourse that takes place. And I think that can make EA sort of a bit disconnecting for most people, or alienated from the rest of the rest of like broader culture. And yeah, I do think, and I think there are a few things that you mentioned going on there, sort of almost sociologically as well, where because people in EA have these points of view that differ from the norm or something, there can almost be, it's like a cognitive dissonance type thing, or an in-group, out-group type thing, where, a tendency to resist the normie way of thinking about things, or a tendency to conform to the in-group and resist the out-group because of that like persecution or something, right? I'm not saying that obviously everyone's not like this, but I just think that these are like biases that should be looked out for by people who are within EA, because then you end up with this like set of discourses that has gone like wildly astray from how most people in the world are thinking about a lot of these issues.
Yeah, I should say, I think that the epistemic norms of EA are quite good for a movement like that. I think that they're much more open to criticism and belief revision than many other movements. But I think that it could be a lot better, and it's not as good as maybe a lot of EAs think it is. And drawing the analogy to like evangelical Christianity, I think that the concern I have is even a little stronger than what you're saying, Nathan, because what I worry about is that people set them, maybe not even like consciously, but people set themselves up a standard for what a good critique would look like. And they don't find that. And like when someone raises a critique, they're like, oh yeah, but everyone knows the response to that, or they just don't get it, right? And the thing is, they're probably right. They're probably right that the person they're talking to doesn't quite get it in the way that they do, or like understand it to the extent, or that there is a rebuttal to that. But analogously to evangelical Christianity, you have to spend so much time researching this in order to get to the level where you can actually engage with them on their level. Like you have to be crazy, like you or I, to actually do this. That I think it's kind of similar in EA. And the issue with that is that when you're in that situation, this is what I worry about, you actually lose the ability to tell whether how well supported your beliefs are by interacting with people. Because you've basically transcended the discussion to a level where pretty much no one, the limiting factor is really just the time and effort that they're willing to engage with you. And just no one's willing to put enough effort in to sort of engaged in the discussion to the level where you could actually tell if you were right or not.
I definitely think that that's right. I do think that there is this additional thing about like just most normal people's concerns not being considered reasons as well. So like if a reason is considered to be like something in favor of a particular view or whatever, I just think that there are either like different things that are valued maybe or something like that, but between or different social values between maybe like your average person and your average EA participant, that will mean that they find different arguments persuasive than would be found persuasive by the average sort of person as well.
Yeah, that's also true. So there's the level of sort of knowledge and background aspect, and then there's the sort of norms aspect as well, and both of them combined.
It's like, well, this is super concerning because of my values, but then if you ask the average person, they'd be like, oh, I don't really care about that thing because I value this other thing more.
Or persuasive versus what?
Yeah.
And I think there's no perfect solution to this, but I think that it's sort of interesting. I don't know that any movement is like immune to this. I think that the more a movement tends to sort of intellectualize, the more of a danger there is for this particular failure mode, if we want to call it that. That itself is a bit of piece of jargon, but
maybe you just need more like you should do what are they called, those comedy things like ribbing each other, like
well, that could be part of it. I think that cultivating internal criticism and fostering open critique of even things that are considered dogma or ways of thinking is super valuable. EA does that more to a great extent than any other movement that I'm aware of, but I still don't think it does it quite enough. Part of the issue is actually prestige. So
that's what I meant about the ribbing. Like you need like almost people
right. You gotta take people down like, a few pegs.
Like not take themselves too seriously or whatever, something like that. Yeah.
Well, it's not even necessary. It's hard to say, but I think that there are people in the movement, like prestigious people in the movement, I probably shouldn't mention names, but maybe they don't take themselves too seriously. I guess they take themselves somewhat seriously, but maybe it's how seriously other people take them, if you see what I'm saying. It's the pedestal that other people put them on.
Yeah, but then they've listened to that and let themselves think, like
that's a criticism that I've heard people make, actually, that prominent people in the EA movement have not done enough to dissuade the ordinary EAs from kind of idolizing them. And I think there's something to that. I mean, it feels a bit, in one sense, it feels like, well, is it their fault? But in another sense, well, with great power comes great responsibility, right? Like you're in this
every
position.
Day they have to take pictures. They have to take pictures of their dirty washing basket and put it up online and go, look, guys, I'm a human. I make mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm of the view that, the more sort of influence and power and authority and things you have, that does give you more responsibilities greater than sort of ordinary people who don't have that situation have. So I don't think that that's entirely unfair. Although it's not entirely up to them either. There's also other people's responsibility for how they think. But it's an interesting issue because it's just, from my point of view, there's I don't want to overdraw the analogy, but I do think there are similarities there to, say, the evangelical Christianity or other ideological movement space, including the woke politics space, by the way, which is another. We should probably have a whole separate discussion on that.
I agree, but I now have to be pro woke because of. Do you know what GB News is in the UK?
GB, no, I don't.
It's an independent news platform, very similar to Fox in the US. That is like pro free speech, anti woke, and all that. So they always talk about how much they care about rational discourse, but they absolutely never have it. It's always always the fringe point of view. And when they do have like a caller or something who takes like the ordinary point of view, it's always like, oh, so now I've shown you're such an idiot for just believing that vaccines work, like that sort of thing or whatever. And the other day, I was talking to a presenter from GB News, and it was probably maybe the worst conversation I've ever had, where the only tools of discourse that they had were triangulation and gaslighting, like that, to the point where they would ask me questions, right? They'd be like, oh, so you're saying that these critical race theorists don't believe what they've written? And I was like, no, that's not what I'm saying. And it'd be like the 5th or 6th time in a row. And then
Reminds me of that notorious interview of Peterson, right? So you're saying,
yeah. Honestly, it was like that, where there was almost, and then they'd ask me like the same question again for maybe the 7th time. I'd be like, maybe you could tell me how I'd answer that, because I just answered it. Like, could you like maybe just try a little like in empathizing or representing my view? And it's just a complete inability to do that. And I found that really sort of ironic, right? Considering that the first thing off their lips is, well, the woke don't care about free discourse, like rational discourse on these topics. It's like, well, neither do you. You just care about generating sound bites, right? By trying to like corner people.
Yes,
that's a change of topic. Sorry.
It is. It has some connection. So just in terms of, one of the things that worries me about that sort of thing is that there is that, I think in the last 5-10 years, let's say, there's been a weaponization of certain words, concepts, ideals, which I would, in a sort of pompous historiographical way, identify as part of the liberal tradition, and I can talk a lot about what I mean by that. And that's been co-opted. I mean, those have, in some sense, always been co-opted, but this is quite a specific way.
I'm a classical liberal, which means like I don't believe in vaccines. Maybe the Earth is flat. And China
essentially by the conservative lunatic fringe, basically, or like a populist conservative type of perspective. So people like Boris Johnson and Trump would be sort of clear examples of this. Although I think Trump is worse than Johnson there, but still sort of, and there's versions of this, it seems, in most Western countries these days. And the thing is, that there's an appeal to things like freedom of speech, for example, or equality before the law, or free and open discourse, rationality and objectivity and stuff. And, I kind of like these ideas, right? Or these concepts, but I don't actually think that these, I mean, shouldn't be too generalizing, but a lot of the people who actually use this sort of language these days don't really mean it, or they don't mean it very seriously. It's more just like free speech is probably the clearest example where there doesn't seem to be a deep and abiding commitment to some particular principle of freedom of speech. It seems to be a convenient way of criticizing people they think are woke, right?
I think what they mean by, why, for example, in the case of free speech, a lot of these people are so pro it is because they have like either very fringe or very harmful / extreme views, right? And they want their right to, they want to amplify like that message. And so when they receive pushback, they're like, whoa, free speech, I should be able to say this. But what they actually don't mean by free speech is reasoned debate and like a kind of characteristic representation of what relevant experts think in any particular topic or something like that. And then a reasoned discourse that proceeds by the exchange of reasons for and against all sides of the coin. Instead, they just mean like a political / legal protection for me to continue to say like provocative, crazy things without any kind of social ostracism or pushback. And to a degree, I sort of see that like, I'm like, okay, you shouldn't be, maybe the state shouldn't be knocking down your door or whatever for saying these things. But to the degree that people are like, come on, you're just being a dick, like maybe we should stop listening to you. Like, I think sometimes that's right, because that is, and then they'll cry free speech when like people are like, oh, I don't want to talk to you. You're just kind of just being mean to people you don't like, whatever.
Yeah, the term woke has become especially problematic. I don't know that it really means anything anymore, if it ever did. But
yeah, it actually disagree with.
Back in like the 70s or something, it actually was originated as a, I think in the Black civil rights movement as a term. But anyway, that's another area where these sort of terms get weaponized, and then there's an inability to just discuss the topic. I think it's much worse in the political space, I think, than even in the religious space, ironically.
Well, this was so I was saying to this person, I was like, well, actually, I'm not sure that critical theories and liberalism are like inconsistent with one another, right? I actually think that critical theory is just like a theory that says a bunch of things, and it's like, okay, maybe the majority of critical theorists are anti-liberal. That could be true, but I actually think the theory itself could be consistent with liberalism. That is to say, there's not like some proposition that's either in it or can be derived from it that entails like the falsity of liberalism. And that was all, like I was saying, and they just couldn't comprehend that. They were like, "Well, look, I'm going to tell you about this book where this person who's a critical theorist says, you know, we need the end of liberalism or something, right?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, maybe they say that." I just couldn't get them to understand. I was like, maybe they say pineapple goes on pizza, right? But that doesn't mean that pineapple going on pizza is this core part of critical theory. That's just another belief that this person happens to have. And we've got to discriminate between the two. And they just couldn't do it. They were like, wow. And then that's when like the triangulation thing would happen, because they'd start appealing to like Peter Boghossian or other people who were sat around and saying things like, I can't believe this. See, this is how the woke left has duped young people into thinking that they're critical theorists when they're not, because they don't understand it and stuff like that. And I was like, Jesus, can you just not say that and like actually engage with the reasons that I've said? Can you not understand the reasons? I'm happy to just an inability to actually disagree and seek, you know, like understand the differing points of views and try to justify your own position in light of those reasons. It was really wild to me. It was like any fundamentalist I'd talk to.
Yeah, that's another side of things, which just seems to be just completely disinterested in rational discourse, and that's sort of hard for me to understand. Now, that's the sort of thing you don't get people like that in effective altruism, thankfully. I don't know that I've ever met someone like that. That would be, yeah, that would go against EA norms pretty strongly. But yeah, I think that, yeah, there's another danger level, which is hyper intellectualizing, but not with the kind of self-critical, self-reflective side of things that I think is super important, which means that you kind of don't realize your own limitations or your own. So actually, your own perspective. So there's an example of this that there's a famous article on the Effective Altruism website called "Effective Altruism is a Question, Not an Ideology," where basically the claim is made that effective altruism doesn't have any particular ideological commitments. It's simply other than merely the commitment to pursuing the question as to how to do the most good, and then going about that project. So I wrote an article critiquing this, saying effective altruism is an ideology, not just a question, because my claim is that there's a bit of a no true Scotsman fallacy when it comes to, or maybe Motte and Bailey's a bit better actually. There's sort of Motte and Bailey tactics used, I think, maybe not consciously, when defining what EA is. So when pressed, often there'll be a retreat to the Motte, which is saying, oh, well, EA is just sort of asking a question about how to do the most good. Like we don't commit ourselves to any other particular, viewpoints or perspectives. But then when it actually comes, when you actually go to an EA event or read EA writings and talk to people, you actually realize that there are a whole set of assumptions that are not universally, but pretty widely held. See, people have been talking about that in the chat, but I think that there's quite a few of them. We've been talking about, for example, the technological and intelligence focus. That there's others as well. A commitment to naturalism is one, for example. Many EAs are naturalists, but don't even realize what that is, which I sort of find amusing. But at least that's my experience. But anyway, and so now my concern in the article was not to say that it's a bad thing that EA is an ideology, because although that word tends to have negative connotations, I don't take it to be essentially negative. I just take an ideology as like a set of positions or viewpoints that you have that sort of cohere in some way. And so the fact that effective altruism has a kind of an ideological core underpinning, I don't think is a weakness. I think that's actually a strength, insofar as I broadly agree with many aspects of it, although have reservations about others. But the issue is, as I see it, that many EAs don't, from my point of view, recognize or appreciate that they do hold to such an ideology, that there are actually a particular fairly niche or specific sets of views that they have about the world and how it works, and about ethics, and about metaphysics and politics and all sorts of other things that they maybe even haven't really thought about, that shape the way that they approach things. And I think that's quite dangerous, to sort of not realizing what your own ideological commitments are. I think this is fairly common, actually. And this is one of the reasons why, to come back to something we were talking about, why I think philosophy is so important, because at the very least, it can help you to realize what range of views are out there and what your views kind of are in relation to those. And without that, I think that many people just have very little conception as to how often niche and specific, the views they are taking on quite difficult issues. Often I think people haven't even thought about these as questions that can be disagreed about. They just sort of take their own often poorly thought out view as kind of, well, that's just the way it is, right? Like they haven't even really given it much thought. And I think that this can be quite dangerous.
No, I agree. I see that all the time as well.
Yeah, and so that's one of the things that I try to push through EAs is how one of the things I've done a few times is run criticisms of EA sessions where I present a criticism and then try to identify there's some really, really bad criticisms of EA out there, just as there are bad criticisms of, evangelical Christianity and other sorts of things. So, but anyway, I try to take some of the better criticisms of effective altruism, and then I try to get. It surprises me how difficult this is. Again, I'm just speaking from my point of view, but EAs are generally very well educated, generally fairly young, generally highly analytic, and curious, well-meaning people. Even there, when I get them to do, which essentially is a basic philosophical task, which is, here is a piece which is articulating a point of view. Can you explain the point of view to me? Identify the key, let's say, presuppositions or key points of difference from that view and like your own view, and sort of say the points of divergence. That's a very simple skill, actually, that I think people who are trained in philosophy actually can do reasonably well, many of them at least. And I think, in my experience, many EAs are not good at this. Most people are very bad at this, right? By default, in my experience. It's very difficult for people to entertain an alternate position without just trying to refute it.
Yes.
And it's very difficult to see from the perspective of that alternate point of view and identify the particular point of difference that is actually the crux or couple of them. It's not easy to do.
I'm woke, by which I mean I want to see J.K. Rowling punched in the face, and I hate democracy.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, that's clearly the key. Well, maybe that is your crux. I don't know, but
no, that's what I was told though in this conversation. They were
right.
I was like,
well,
I'm woke.
Is that true? Is that true?
Well, they went, let me ask you a question. And then
yes,
I was
but
like,
that's
okay.
not
And they said, do you want to see J.K. Rowling punched in the face and killed? And I was like, no. And then they were like, so you're not woke then? And I'm like,
well, this is that's a particular, it's hard to know how someone gets to quite that bad a level, but yes, most people are a bit better than that, but at least experience of running these sorts of yes, but I mean, honestly, maybe if you looked at the population at large, that's actually not that unrepresentative, because I interact with people. I've run these sort of things, these sort of sessions in different contexts over the years about different topics, and I'm drawing from a very, like, the right-hand tail of the distribution, and I still find people are very bad at this. So I don't know what the bulk of the population looks like. And it's unfortunate, because I think that this is a learnable skill. I don't think it's some magical source that people have. I mean, maybe some people are innately better at it than others, but the point is that it disturbs me how bad most EAs are at this task. And it should be something that we really encourage as a vital skill, and like make a point of, because it's essential to be able to, at the very least, identify what the key philosophical differences or like underlying assumptions are, and why that leads you to disagree with these people. Only then can you even start the question of assessing, well, who's right. If you don't even know what the divergence is, it's very difficult to make any progress there. And what people tend to make is superficial. Like in your case, it was essentially name calling, because it seems that in this person's mind, it basically comes down to whether you're with us or against us, and against us is a woke person. And that's the level, assuming they were being honest and not just trolling, that's the level of sophistication that they're capable of or have learned to. I don't want to say capable of in the sense that they couldn't learn more, because I think that they almost certainly could, but capable of at the moment.
Skills they've cultivated.
Their current skills, yes, their current level of skill sets, that's what they're capable of, which is unfortunate. Now, many people are capable of more than that, but what you'll tend to see is, what I would say is sort of, maybe superficial is not quite the right word, but they'll identify points of disagreement, but not necessarily the underlying ones. They also don't necessarily have the vocabulary to describe sort of, fundamental philosophical positions or trajectories. And that's partly just a knowledge thing. But even if you don't know the labels, you can still work at identifying them and like working an argument through as to like what the steps are and how they get to this position. And then the other hard part of this is reflecting on your own views and thinking about, what is the particular belief or commitment that I have that is where I diverge with this person. There might be multiple, but there's usually a few that are most relevant to a given discussion. And that's quite hard because that requires you to have some level of introspective capability and work out like, well, what do I think of, like, what is the issue here and what do I think about it and how might others differ? And if you don't have that level of sort of introspective capability there, then it can be very hard. All you know is that what they're saying is wrong and you want to refute it, but you don't quite know where they're going different from you. So I think it's unfortunate that many people, even quite educated people, are not good at this. And coming back to where I was getting at with this, I actually think that philosophy is good at teaching people this, because when I engage with people who have philosophical education, I think that they are much better at this. What do you think about that?
I think that this is correct, right? That I think philosophy can provide the tools for this kind of introspection, the tools for articulating the salient disagreements between different points of view, and provide some of the tools for finding an appropriate way to proceed given those disagreements or to resolve them, right? And I think that's a good part of philosophy. Whether or not I actually see people who are trained in philosophy always utilizing those skills in actual so I don't mean necessarily in papers and things, but I mean when they actually disagree with people to come to more comprehensive, more true points of view on topics when they disagree with people. I don't know if I do see them using these tools always, more so than the average person in the population.
They can be weaponized like anything else, right? And just used to, puff yourself up or to confuse other people, and that's not what they should be using.
Yeah, for sure. I probably see equally philosophers using like the extra knowledge to sort of intimidate, maybe by introducing jargon, or well, that's an epistemic like knowing the other person has never heard the word epistemology before, and that's going to sound intimidating intellectually, or maybe to the audience, if not to the other person, to the audience, make it seem like they're the real intellectual, right? However, this would be definitely an example of something from philosophy. I think people can be taught. I even think there's actually studies on this that were mentioned in Stephen Law's very short introduction to humanism, right? Where in schools,
interesting,
they tried against a control group had like a different type of education, and a different group was given, I think, once a week for a year, like philosophy classes where they were encouraged to basically engage in reasoned disagreement between the two groups. And I think that the group that were encouraged to participate in these philosophy sessions scored higher on some kind of IQ test at the end or something like that than the other group. So again, you can say, well, what can we really infer from that or whatever? But I do think that I do think it helps people to develop their views further and think about things more clearly, right? Because oftentimes, people do just have a bunch of weird commitments and it's a bit of a mess. And it's only, you need to have that kind of, a bunch of these intellectual virtues of honesty and stuff to kind of cultivate those views over time, be receptive to disconfirming evidence, and really kind of dig into them to try and get it what's right.
Yeah, and I think it really does take practice. And I don't want to put myself on a pedestal as being amazing at this, although I will say I've spent many years trying to get better at this. So that I think that should count for something, hopefully. But it does take a lot of practice to not immediately dismiss or discount or try to refute a view as soon as you hear it, which is usually not helpful, because you have to at least spend some amount of time to try to understand the view from its own sort of perspective before you're going to get a reasonable understanding of it to give a sort of a fair hearing, and also to understand properly where it fits in with what you believe. So I think that this is an issue, and I think I've encountered this in pretty much every movement that I've been involved in. I've been involved in the rationality movement, which is closely associated with effective altruism, but it's not quite the same. So I don't know if I mentioned Eliezer Yudkowsky earlier, so he's associated with a site called Less Wrong.
Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah,
which predates effective altruism, and there's a lot of overlap between them, but they aren't the same. But I mean, even people who I met from that group, or the skeptics movement. So that's a much older movement, like scientific skepticism. They debunk ghosts and faith healings and stuff like that. I've been engaged with them as well. People in these sort of movements are generally quite and new atheism as well, back when that was a thing. People in these movements are generally quite educated and informed, and generally I think honest, and more thoughtful than the average person, and that they certainly can do a lot better than Nathan, your interlocutor, than merely name calling. But I have been on balance disappointed by when I've run workshops and other things, and try to like get people to identify things like look at pieces that they would disagree with and try to identify the key argument and what the premise is, and where do the disagreements lie, and things like that. And people, I think, are just not very good at this task. And I think the reason is because they haven't really been taught to think that way. And I think that it's dangerous for people to, I think that's dangerous broadly, but especially in movements that pride themselves on like rationality and critical thinking, that rationality and critical thinking aren't just like learning a bunch of labels to appeal to someone, like, oh, that's just
that's the false dichotomy fallacy.
Yeah. Like naming logical fallacies is a classic example. And I think people are actually more recognizing that than, because that was something I used to be big into, like 2010 or something, like, oh, logical fallacies, that's really cool. They actually are useful. It's just that they've been so overused.
and a lot of the time, though, they're informal fallacies, right?
That's the other thing, yeah.
There's actually like edge cases. Yeah,
it becomes very situational and really
that's just the appeal to authority when you're like appealing to like or like physicists or something on some particular topic versus like what Deepak Chopra has to say, right?
Yeah, so I think there's maybe more recognition than that's the fallacy. Yeah, exactly. There's a fallacy to everything. So it's more than that, and it's more than just appealing to the fact that, oh, this is snake oil, or this is irrational, or this is a superstition. Even if that's true, like it's not very substantive. And I think that it's really important to teach the methods and the underlying logic and rationality. I actually put together some materials on this back in the day, which were going to be used on a website but weren't used. But I've sort of stuck them on my own blog, which is basically it's a short introduction to like logic and philosophy and like epistemology. It's like basic first year stuff. But like the thing is, the reason I did is because most people, even like in like rationality movements and things, don't know this stuff. I think more EAs know it than people in like New Atheism, for example, did. But even so, a lot of this stuff is just not well known or understood. Even if it's like basic first year, maybe some second year philosophy stuff about epistemology and logic and things like that, and how to reason and deconstruct an argument. And it sort of, it was sort of dispiriting to me. And I think that EA is better to say than New Atheism was, but and probably the Less Wrong movement and others, but it still has some of these issues, and it's a bit disconcerting. And I think that it's something you've articulated as well, Nathan, where in like the Bad Apologetics series, where we're critiquing a lot of religious arguments, but what we don't want to do is cultivate like the sort of same mindset where it's like, oh, I hear the cosmological argument or resurrection argument, and we just like,
that's the resurrection argument fallacy.
Yeah, like we kind of do the same thing in reverse, like where it's not, I mean, not that we can't meme or things like that, but it's like there has to be some substance. Well, there should be substance behind it as well, and it shouldn't be just like the person you were talking to, where it's like, you're woke, and so I dislike you and want to disagree with your opinions. Like, you're an apologist, and so I dislike you and want to disagree with your opinions. It's you should actually assess the arguments in the actual on their own merits, and not just cultivate a community that like rejects things on the basis of how they look. And that's a danger, even in a explicitly like rationality oriented space. And I guess my point of view is, I think that philosophy can, like a formal philosophical education or like reading texts and practicing, can be quite useful for that. But it doesn't automatically make someone a good discussant or a good reasoner, but it can be a very important set of tools, which are surprisingly lacking even in people I would expect to have those tools.
Yeah, it's like, I absolutely agree with that. And I think that what's made me so jaded is just the majority of the time, instead seeing those tools used for the intimidation and obfuscation as well. It's like almost like you've got this set of tools. So now what I can do is basically make my like crazy theory even harder for anyone to engage with. So like fundamentally what I'm saying is like demons did it or something, right? but now you've got to like engage with some Bayesian framework in order to like say, like I don't think demons did it. And that's kind of a bit, now you've got to engage with my 21 premise argument, if you want to believe that God didn't create the universe. And you've got to read all these books on like branching views of modality or something if you want to have a view on premise 4 or something. And I just think that that's like, that to me at least is, rather than a lot of these things being done because someone's like, oh yeah, I think I actually there's something really valuable here. Instead, it just seems to me to be like a kind of Mott and Bailey type thing, right? Where they're just constructing a kind of intellectual fortress using as many of these tools as possible to make the theories hard to engage with, difficult to refute, non-sensitive to disconfirming evidence, and stuff like that.
Yes, someone says, I hate it when people use Bayes to obfuscate, which, thanks, Brian. I completely agree with that. But I was just thinking a kind of another version of this is philosophical papers that use unnecessary jargon or symbols, particularly,
so
where it's
many
like,
times.
consider proposition P, and then they keep
It's
talking
like
about
art,
P.
though. It's like a kind of artwork, right? Where you give it the appearance of what like science looks like. You know, like I don't know if you ever had to do this in high school, where they'd be like, "Oh, decorate your physics book with like."
Oh, yes,
pictures
I
from
remember they
physics
used to get us to do that.
and I don't know if you'd ever, you know, like draw on like what you thought a sophisticated mathematics, you know, like with like the integration symbols.
It's like that meme where it's at the start of the show where those random equations are they're all just completely irrelevant to anything.
Yeah, like
I hate
Pythagorean theorem.
Yeah,
but
oh, that's so
a lot
good.
of philosophies like this, right? Where it's like analyzing a sentence, like saying something exists, right? And then and then they've got, for some reason, they've got like a function symbol or something, and like, you know, and we insert a variable, and it's like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah, I mean, there's again, symbolic use of symbols and symbolic language has a place, but there are so many papers that do this unnecessarily, and then it adds nothing to the paper. And I just find it because I keep having to go back and like, well, what's P and R of Q? And like, it just makes it unreadable for anyone other than who wrote it. And the thing is that there are very good papers that don't need to do that. Anyway, so that's an example where I think that it's really just like insecurity or something it's doing this, when it just doesn't add anything to communicative clarity. And yes, that absolutely does happen. And some people even do it in conversation.
But the amount of times I have like, okay, so you've responded to all these things I've got to say, but you know, Kurt Gödel has this ontological argument, and he believed in God, and like he was really good at maths. So if that's maths, it must be like really good. And you know, and there's just no understanding of they're just completely duped basically by that appearance of like it being like derived from maths or something, to no understanding of any of the even assumptions that go into that about like metaphysics and modality and what the symbols actually stand for, represent, or mean, or anything like. Yeah.
Well, Nathan, has it occurred to you that it's been said that a reasonable man is persuaded by evidence, but a proof should persuade even an unreasonable man, and therefore we have a proof that the universe must be finite.
Very good.
Freaking Craig with his like thought-terminating cliches that he just puts in everywhere. It's like, oh,
particularly an unreasonable man should be persuaded by a proof.
Yeah, like, oh my gosh. Craig is. I get criticized. The main criticism that people make of my counter-apologetics, particularly with focus on Craig, is that I critique him for being intellectually dishonest. It seems to just really
they get wound up
people.
by that. It's because of I'm going to refer to it as a kind of performative drag. It's like a performance of someone who just cares about the reasons and stuff, and it's even there in the way that he can almost disrespect people sometimes in his actions. But because he's being so like nice and saying, I just care about the argument. I've presented 3 arguments tonight, and you know, like the way he engaged in that. So even when he's being quite dishonest, misrepresenting someone's views or something like that, he can sort of almost be it's like in that you know, the James Tour and Professor Dave debate about creationism as well, where James Tour,
I didn't watch
but James Tour in it, he's like, oh, and thank you so much for coming to my university. You said, you know, like the pomp and circumstance of the whole thing, and be, you know, presenting it in a certain way can almost like fool people into thinking that something's happening there. And maybe the other person shouldn't be aggressive or a dick or whatever, like that's bad, but that whole thing can make people think, oh yeah, Craig's obviously being the reasonable one, when he can actually be super intellectually dishonest and slimy sometimes, but he just says it in a polite sounding way, and that kind of.
That's true. One example of this I remember was when he was responding to one of the videos of what kind of thing was his name?
Skydive Phil.
No, well, yes, but not the one I'm thinking
but
of.
Not that one. Okay.
Who? Come on, who does the animations?
Paul
Logia. Yes. Oh, geez, I don't know why I couldn't think of that. But yes, so it was one of those where they had their little spat thing, and Craig started the video by making fun of. He made fun of Paul's
Yeah,
appearance.
the
He
muscles.
said, "Oh,
He's like, this is a 40-year-old man, and
Yeah.
look how he draws himself with muscles.
yeah, like a millennial." Yeah, he was literally just made fun of his appearance, but because of his tone and then what he says after and so on, he just sort of gets away with things like that, which is like I don't actually mind if you're just going to make fun of someone. Like it's kind of mean, but like that's just part of it. But it's sort of the way he does it, but without people realizing that he's doing it, and then he gets away with it as if he's like operating at some higher level. But like he isn't. He's just he's just throwing pop shots like anyone else is. Like that's
down in the gutter with the rest of us.
Yeah, it's anyway. But so people have a weird thing about Craig, but there's so many things that he do that just smack me of intellectual dishonesty. But if I and I spend like 3% of my time talking about this and 97% talking about the substance of his arguments. But the fact that I even mention it just drives some people crazy. Like, oh, he's so unfair and he criticizes Craig, based on, it doesn't respect him for being a pronounced philosopher. Like that sort of thing doesn't carry any weight to me. The fact that someone is like preeminent in a field doesn't, I mean, it might mean that it's worthwhile to spend time with them, but it doesn't mean that you have to respect their ideas more, basically, or their character more for that matter. And yeah, that sort of credentialism or prestige focus kind of things just really irritates me. And unfortunately, you see it in a lot of areas, and apologetics is one of them. But even in groups that ostensibly don't respect that, I think that I mean, I guess humans are sort of hierarchical, right? So that tends to happen in pretty much any
like lobsters.
Oh
so
boy!
Shall we think here just about wrapping up, just because of time?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was going to suggest that as well, but I feel like was there a thread of the conversation that we were? I don't like loose threads.
We came on to our AI, right, and then talked.
Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about X risk, and then we got on to talking about the EA movement and some of the blinders that I see there, and the whole rationality thing, and like the use of philosophy and being able to unpack arguments a bit better. Yeah, so I do think it actually. Yeah, I think that was the other thing that I wanted to say about that. That a philosopher or someone who's philosophically trained kind of misusing the tools is incredibly like annoying, and I don't generally like those interactions. But I don't want to say more annoying, but at least it can be as annoying from my point of view, is someone with scientific training but no philosophical training or understanding who then engages in a philosophical discussion and makes it just
like the crazy
absolute butchery of things.
I don't believe I know.
It's that is also, and I've had many of those discussions as well. It's incredibly frustrating. And so I guess maybe trying to encapsulate things a bit. I don't think it's a question about like, is philosophy good or bad, or is science good or bad, or something like that. But it's really, I think it's about, good inquiry, like inquiry done well. And I think that at least as the way that the fields would like to think of themselves, I think that they both have good kind of motives in that direction. Like they both have a lot of at least explicit norms that are positive. In practice, there's a lot of problems within both like broad disciplines. And maybe on the balance, I said there's more in philosophy, but there's a lot that needs to be weighed on those balances. And I think that also in terms of how they're deployed in the discourse, like science is abused all the time, as is philosophy, and the tools and techniques are misused and abused a lot. So that happens on both. But I think that what it comes down to for me is like using tools of inquiry honestly and trying to come to an answer that helps us to understand something, and trying to be clear and trying to consider multiple perspectives and points of view and evaluate evidence appropriately and weight things appropriately, and evaluating theoretical frameworks on their virtues, and all of this stuff that we've talked about. And that's really what it comes down to me. That's what good philosophy is, just as much as that's what good science is. Each, of course, sub area has its own particular specialities and issues that it needs to grapple with, but fundamentally I think that that's what it comes down to. And so at a level of like, is philosophy valuable? I think that it is, insofar as it can help us to do that, but also insofar as we think about it like at the level of social movements, like effective altruism, for example, or evangelical Christianity, or whatever other movement we're in, like woke movement, or whatever those people call themselves, wokeists, that there's a danger in only using those tools essentially like to bolster our own movement or our own confidence, and not to like critique that and try to integrate other views. So that's another thing that I think is super important. And I guess to link that to AI, I worry a bit about that in the EA context, that happens a bit. And in the popular context, I think that there's all sorts of confused views about it. But yeah, that's perhaps not surprising from such a new technology. Yeah, so I don't know. That's sort of my wrapping up thoughts that try to draw together some of the strings of the conversation. Anything else that you wanted to add to that or throw in?
What I want to add is, shall we plan to do a BA on psychophysical harmony at some point?
Well, last I heard, you couldn't be bothered. So,
well, I still sort of can't be bothered, but I think if we planned it for in like a couple of months' time or something, I can find some space.
It would have to be anyway because I've got other commitments on. But yeah, no, I would like to. I've been sort of saving that because I think that it's a
special topic that needs special treatment.
It needs treatment, yeah. It needs a BA treatment, and yeah, the more that I've thought about it,
my view is not susceptible to psychophysical harmony, James, because there's no things to be disharmonious.
Well, I just don't know why a bunch of people on YouTube sort of wet themselves over this argument. Like, it just
because it's new, anyway. It's cutting edge, it's cutting edge philosophy of religion. That's why I honestly think that's it. It's like, look, we've heard all these other arguments. They're a bit tired now, and this is brand new stuff, right? Like, I'm right on the sharp, leading blade edge of like what people are saying. That's my view.
Yeah. There is that sort of appeal. This is maybe. I don't know. I'd like to talk about something else in some kind of BA. I don't know how this would look, but the direction that at least the apologetics channels that I follow, mainly this is Inspiring Philosophy, Capturing Christianity, Trinity Radio, and Sean McDowell. I think there might be like one other, but like those are the main ones. Many of these, it seems like they're just, more of them are pursuing more clickbaity, populist kind of content, like the demons, like the trans stuff, which it doesn't just seem that important for what they do, but there's a bunch of that. Like, like the
woman, not a man.
What and the so what's it? TikTok responses is another thing.
Oh yeah.
That's just weird.
Remain relevant. Yeah.
But it's like the sort of things they're responding to is so bottom of the barrel. It's like,
yeah.
Anyway, so I feel like that needs like almost a follow-on from the apologetics industrial complex. Is like, what's kind of happening in this space? It's just weird. But anyway, that's been my kind of meta, and I've found it kind of hard to find good things to respond to because.
Well, I think what we could look at, there could be an overlap here between some of the research about like basically what's happening in extreme political view groups like Trumpists and stuff. Why are they like why are they picking up some of the topics that they're picking up and going down these rabbit holes and things? And I think that there could be some interesting stuff about avoiding in-group bias and things like that, or audience capture and stuff as well, in these sorts of realms.
Yeah, something to think about. That's been on my mind recently about, it's just some really weird stuff. Because I like the idea of like of Cameron's byline, which is, what is it again? The intellectual side of Christianity, or
exposing the intellectual side of Christianity.
Yes.
Do you mean that one, or do you mean, by the way, Christianity is true?
No, that one is cringe. No, the exposing the intellectual side, I quite like. It's just that a lot of the videos don't seem to have anything to do with that.
Yeah.
Which
especially demons or Thomas Bergadi.
The demon stuff is just so. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so that would be an interesting thing to talk about.
Or the science of mermaids, why mermaids can't be black. And why this is important for Christianity.
That's another thing we should talk about, is that whole woke side of things. Because, yeah, I think that we have some interesting convergences and divergences on that as well.
Yeah, but anyway, I think you're going to be more... I think, though, that what we can display in that is like how people can actually like have differing views and still be able to communicate with one another and highlight like... Yeah,
what a shock.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that'd be a fun one to talk about. All right, cool. Well, that leaves us some interesting future discussion. And thanks for joining me, Nathan. I'm not a fan of exposing the intellectual side of Christianity. Exposing is often used to convey revealing something bad. Well, yeah, I mean,
exposing myself online,
because exposing can mean showing something that's good or bad.
This is quite interesting, though, actually, because it's almost like it's hidden, though, is implicit in the
title. There's hidden in what's implied by the exposure. But anyway, whatever. And I think it could be good either way. So thanks everyone for listening. I hope that you got something out of this conversation. I know that it was rather free flowing, but I think that we satisfied the criteria of like the thumbnail and title, which is AI and philosophy. So we talked about those two things. and yes, Nathan was here as well. So satisfied those 3 desiderata. So it's good. Yeah, it was fun. We should do this again soonish. Thanks very much. Is there anything you wanted to plug happening on your channel before we finish?
Honestly, not planned at the minute. I wanted to invite that pastor on that Doug had on the other day, just because, what Doug did, I think, was good, but the guy had a lot of these philosophical claims about you can't justify logic and stuff, like all the typical things. And obviously Doug's not that
chemicals
interested.
whizzing.
Yeah,
No.
and that was Doug's answer, right? Because he's like, yeah, just chemicals whizzing, because he doesn't care. But I was like, I think I could probably talk to this guy and hopefully get some.
Well, that would be an interesting conversation. Well, I tell you, Nathan, I usually watch your video. There haven't been as many. I usually watch them, but if it gets to I think this happened last time. If it gets to a prolonged discussion about like training and dietary regimen and stuff like that, I just couldn't give a stuff about that, so I just tuned out. So I confess I don't watch all of them, but
yeah, don't worry.
to each his own. To each his own. All right, thanks very much for joining me, Nathan. We'll close it up here. Take care, everyone, and until next time, see you around. Bye.
Bye.